nutrafol.com. That's nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is vacationing for the second straight week in a row. Honestly, I am not happy about it, as I know you are not, Doug.
I'm furious.
In Chicago, why does he dislike St. Louis? We will spend the 8 o'clock hour on that. And that means Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos today while Papers vacations at yet another member guest. I'd love to know what a member guest is like.
Youngest among us, and here he's just on vacation almost half the time. It feels like it's about 55, 60% of the time he's away.
Doug, are you worried about the next generation?
Boy, am I ever. Am I ever.
You should be. But meanwhile, the chairman, when he has stepped in before, I feel like it's just been a drop of palooza because he likes to flaunt the fact that he plays the drops.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing.
Is that new?
There's one right there.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one before, I don't think.
That was an older lady at a town hall meeting.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
I think you were out that day, actually.
I was at Jackson's member guest.
She stepped up to the mic to complain about the city council or something. Didn't really know what she was.
No,
what
she
was
hated
supposed to say.
Facebook, and she wasn't sure why she was there.
I'm fascinated by the fact that Jackson's friends, they're staying with the family member, which is normal. You're a young guy, but that some have to stay in a tent out back.
Yeah, including Gareth, co-host of Movie Boy, from my standpoint, as the man's been on nearly every show.
But isn't that an awkward conversation if you're the friend whose parents' home it is, you invite everybody all up, but... Hey, Doug, I wish are you going to be... Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I'm going to need you to stay in the tent.
There's not a spot anywhere in the house where I could just lie down on the floor?
Not for your type.
Not for
Well,
sure.
I don't like Facebook, and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job.
There's the payoff.
But couldn't you just put a pillow down on the floor inside the house and still be better off than being in a tent? You're going to have a bathroom right there and the kitchen right there. And
Gareth
TV?
will join us to answer that question coming up on the Stiefel
I wish
Dossier.
you would. I actually would like that.
Also on the Stiefel Dossier today, Joey Vitali, Martin, he made a cameo in the 10 o'clock hour right after his fellow CBC cadet left. He was pressing himself up against the window. I don't know if the window is visual. I realize like 0.03% of the audience is actually watching on YouTube, but for the 0.03%, there is a window over Martin's shoulder. That's where Joey Vitali pressed himself up against the window. And then we said, why don't you come on in? The water's warm. But he waited till you were gone.
I noticed that in onboarding. We flipped on the show just to kind of monitor. Sometimes we mock you guys in onboarding. And I said, is that Vitali? I was just there.
Yep.
Whatever.
So you can hold him accountable for that. Joey Vitali will be with us.
I'm walking out at 8:15.
At 8:15, that's right. Gabe DeArmond will be with us at 9 o'clock. You know him as the Colonel. He is presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And that James Carlton is my insurance agent, Doug. I've been with him since 2019, and I don't know if I'll ever go anywhere else. As long as he's doing it,
Oh, I could see that.
I'm with him. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. I don't know what kind of hourly rate everybody is on, but break it down if you could. Divide it by 60. Maybe multiply that by 2, okay? Are we following the formula? Because this is 2 minutes now, 120 seconds. You're on the phone with James People in Webster Groves.
Sure.
And then think about the amount of money that call could save you. It strikes me as the juice being worth the squeeze. Timothy Oliphant, The Girl Next Door, 2003 Best Picture. Alicia Cuthbert was in that, right?
I
Alicia
don't know who was
Cuthbert?
in it. I don't know.
Paul Dano, who would be in There Will Be Blood, which I believe is Jackson's 18-year retrospective on Movie Boy this weekend. I assume Gareth is on it, even though he's in a tent. James Carlton is online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800, and he presents The Colonel coming your way at 9 o'clock. So Joey Vitali, 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, the Designer Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. Doug, you now know what the Stiefel Dossier is for September 12th, 2025, on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Well, I would imagine most people are pretty excited about what happened with the Cardinals last night.
Picked up a half game.
By taking the night off, they moved up to just 4 games out of the wild card. If we can just not play any more games, we've got a chance to win this baby.
Pick up a half every day.
The Mets have cobbled together a nice little 6-game losing streak, and the Cardinals, having lost 3 in a row, are gaining ground.
Yep.
I like where they are.
The first time since 2011 that the Cardinals win a world championship.
With a losing record.
Correct.
Whatever, dude.
I guess that would be possible. Well, the Mets are still 5 over 500. If ever it's going to happen, this would be the year where some team with a sub-500 record might squeeze into a wild card spot. Probably not going to happen, but it's probably mathematically possible.
Yet somehow you're 17 back in your division, which used to matter. The goal, although some would say even then was too low. Hey, we want to win the division. Well, let's aim a little higher. Trying to win the division this year? Sure, why not? 17 back, Doug.
Well, do you know anything about Runway?
Nice.
Well, it's a big year for Runway.
That's
Well,
right.
I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
I don't
Live
know.
in studio, Martin, a week from Wednesday, is that correct?
The 24th.
September 24th.
A lot of
John
negotiation
Mazzilli.
back and forth. You should see the holiday text back with this. Jackson will say, ask him for 9. He'll say, what about 8:30? And Jackson, can you do 8? I'm like, we go back. And we finally did this with Mazalek, and it is Wednesday, September 24th from 9 to 10 a.m.
It's going to be emotional.
We'll read some mean tweets, I think. Why not? Mean text. Maybe open up the text line for Mo. That could be really uncomfortable.
I don't think that would be fair.
I just think he's kind of at peace. Got a bunch of money in his mid-50s, going to just kind of enjoy life. I really think that's where it is. And so, therefore, his lack of caring might infuriate the audience even more.
I don't doubt that he's in a good place personally and financially.
And the org, so he and the org are both in a good place.
Yeah, I'm sure he is, but I still, anybody would have an ego and want to be liked and respected and not ridiculed, especially when you put together a darn good career up until the last couple years when things went south.
Hey, guys, can I ask Doug a question? That's from the millennial. Doug.
Boy, I don't know. How about we wait a few seconds?
Okay.
And, Chairman, are you able to take calls when you're running the 1s and 2s from Or here?
Yeah, I can see the phone if it catches my eye.
You? Okay, I'll take a quick one.
All right, the millennial, call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And Doug's Hole Inspector is talking to Sam Mother. And they're talking to Lex Luthor, who's talking to Professor Roy Hinckley, who's talking to Kevin down at the lake, and then Terry Donovan's shaking hand, which is a reference to Ray Donovan. When did that show debut, Doug? Ray Donovan, was that 2000? I'm going to say 10 to get me 2009 and 2011. Ray Donovan, there was Bunchy Donovan.
Was it Liev Schreiber?
It was.
Liev Schreiber, yeah.
Yeah, the voice of a variety of things, which really surprises me. But he is.
Yeah, he's a narrator for a lot of great shows.
That's a good gig.
Liev, L-I-E-V.
That's right.
I don't know the year. I didn't do any show prep on this one. Gotta do the show prep.
Jeez.
Was the millennial wanting to call Doug, or was he just going to text in? Because it was awfully polite via text to say, can I ask a question? Yeah. Most people just fire away.
Well, Doug has a reputation, Martin, on the program of his 18 years on the show of not taking questions. So that's why the millennial was so bold as to ask, but yet ask permission to ask the question. Why isn't Chairman Kurt all spiffy like Jackson? That's from Big Steve. Wow.
He looks sharp.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't.
Got a quarter zip, is it?
Yeah, quarter zip, almost all the way up. I can take it off if it gets warm.
No, now we're talking.
No.
Nice.
Take your shirt off.
I like that.
I had something weird happen to me yesterday I'd like to address.
All right, millennial, your question will have to wait.
You've been put on hold.
So I decide with my son just to play par 3 golf at Riverside. We only had about an hour and a half, so I said, go play par 3. Riverside's just 5 minutes away from our house.
Fresh off your hole-in-one.
Yeah.
Was this a member guest?
It's just the two of us just hacking it around for about an hour and a half. That's all that it was. Okay. That's kind of a side to the story. So we're in the garage, and I say, all I said was, did you put the clubs in the car? He goes, yeah. I said, all right, let's go. So we sit in the car, and before leaving, I check my phone, and Google Maps has called up, here's your directions to Riverside Golf Course. I didn't type it in. I didn't say we're going to Riverside. I have never looked for directions for Riverside. I know where it is. It's 5 minutes from my house. And yet Google Maps had the directions on my phone as I'm starting the car.
Doug, watch this.
My phone is now reading my mind.
Watch this. Scary.
It's literally reading my mind. I like Doug Unplugged.
Did you say something out loud? Did you say Riverside?
No.
I got a theory for you, Doug.
Here we go.
Have you ever gone to Riverside Golf Course on a Thursday around that time of day? Have you done that in the recent past?
I could probably sometime.
Because every morning when I get in the car, without me typing anything in, it pops up directions for me to get here.
Oh, is that right? Interesting.
Yeah. Really?
It knows your routine, so if it's something you've done a time or two, it's catching that pattern, and it...
But I've never typed in directions for Riverside Golf Course.
Doesn't matter.
That's pretty spooky.
It is. It felt like it was reading my mind at this point.
It's more just reading your habits. Everything's got location enabled on it. So if that's something you've done in the past, I think it's just picking up on that and just getting out in front of it a little bit.
My phone will just say, no donuts, fat ass, and it's like 6:15.
It's a warning message.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, and you have
these
that would be helpful.
phones.
You can put certain settings on there, Doug. Fat shaming.
Welcome to the singularity, Doug. That's from Doug's prison wallet,
what
who
does
I
that
believe
mean?
is the TMA social media correspondent.
What is the singularity?
That's when AI becomes one with the human race and then overpowers us, and we all sit on Davenports.
Yeah, it feels like it's happening.
Big Brother is watching everything, and he knows I admire Tim. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man.
What if Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man didn't actually send that, but AI just decided to send it because he knew what Injun Joe's Cave Ride was thinking.
Wow.
Cave Ride, whatever. We've done it for years with your emails when it just pops up and it says, okay, sounds good, thank you. And we're all lazy. Oh, sure. And just hit click. Sure.
Former TMA fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. The number is 314-399-9646. That every night at 9 p.m. my Google Maps sends me to my spare bedroom so my wife's bull can come over.
Oh, so it's happening to other people.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
So Doug's just sort of in awe of technology and modern advances. I had the reverse the other day. The internet went out at the house, and the kids are complaining. And I said, you know what? This is what it used to be like. I said, you guys are so used to having all the amenities. I said, you're spoiled. This world we live in, you got everything you need at your fingertips. And I said, just live without. And there's some work being done in the area. I think it's MSD has got something torn apart. So, like, the internet got knocked out, and they were all upset. And I was just like, suck it up. And then I went to take a shower, and the water was out. And I said, oh, for God's sakes. Like, oh, Dad, you need water? Why? We don't need internet. Why do you need? I said, oh, for God's sakes. These
Time to die,
jerks.
Boomer.
It's not the same. Internet and water. Water's more
I know,
important.
but I gave him a whole speech about how you're just in need of things. Just live without. And I'm like, well, I need my water.
Couldn't they get on 5G?
I don't know.
Yeah, what about that? Hotspot, baby, hotspot.
And they were complaining just to complain. I don't know.
I used that hotspot. We were when we were down in Columbia last weekend. Wanted to. My wife always brings the Roku. When we go to hotels, what percentage of people do that? You think is that a minority?
What, travel with the Roku?
Yeah,
Small.
do you think so? I think it's kind of the move. But anyway, couldn't get into the hotel's wireless. And I go, I wonder if it'd work 5G, Martin, as Doug just asked you about, if I were to set up a hotspot and then connect to that network. And the television, Doug, it played like a charm.
Did it really?
Yeah, it was perfect. Golden. So, yeah, that would be my suggestion, Martin, unless you were testing your children to not allow them to have the internets.
Yeah, I kind of wanted them to live without.
But then you lost water.
Yes. And then I wasn't real happy.
Oh, yeah. And you go back just a couple generations ago, people were taking showers out in their backyard and
Gareth
Outhouse.
probably is having to do that this
Yeah.
weekend. I had a similar situation with the great Mike Lee, who would always call the Two Fox, call this show a lot, and he would want Ozzy's new phone number. And I would say, no, we can't give out people's numbers. And he said, then he would acquire numbers and call me. Hey, I got this number. And I'd say, Mike, I said, you have to stop doing that. I gave him this huge speech, how you just don't give out other people's numbers, especially these professional athletes. It's not the way to do it. The next day he calls, hey, Kurt Warner got a new number in New York. I said, really? I said, I'll take it. He goes, no, you told me not to get. I said, oh, for God's sakes. It came
Boy,
back.
you're getting burned here.
I should have learned. No more speeches.
because it probably wouldn't have stopped him from calling anyway.
He was going to call Warner, but he wouldn't give me the number. And I'm like, I tried to do the right thing, and it just came
How do you
right
suppose
back
he
in
gets
my-
the numbers?
I don't. I think he just wears people out.
That's a tight read.
What's up, baby?
There he is, Mike Lee on the program.
He's not on the dossier.
314-974-0101. What's going on? Oh, the millennial, I guess, is not calling in, and he's mad at me for not asking the question. Millennial, and I say this, and man, I hope I convey the proper amount of respect that I'm attempting to communicate. The program gets a few texts, so I don't get a chance to read as many as I would like, but he's mad that I haven't read his text yet, so I've got it. So he said, ask my question, Elfman. And then 3 minutes later, I'm sorry, Frodo McKernan, can you please get to my question? I'm just excited you read my text. And Doug, he sent in the question. I thought he was calling in. This is the question for you. if you had a quote-unquote friend that was having a disagreement with their parents, would it be wise to ask his favorite and retired sportscaster to live in his basement rent-free? That is from The Millennial.
The friend is disagreeing with his parents. Would it be wise to ask whose basement would I be living in? The friends or the parents?
I think the millennial is asking to live in your basement.
Oh, he wants to come live in my basement.
Because he's in a disagreement with his parents.
Okay.
That's what I'm taking from this. Now, I might be extrapolating too aggressively, and if so, I'd like to issue a second apology.
So he's kind of asking for a friend, which always means yourself.
To live in his basement. Well, the rent-free part is a problem.
You're going to charge some rent.
There's a certain price where, anyone could live down there.
Really?
Yeah,
Doug's basement is available.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is that Craigslist?
It's more like Verbo. I mean, if I could get like $1,000 a night or something.
$1,000 a night?
Yeah.
What does it come with?
Wow, yeah, that's
Roku.
Well, it comes with there's a little putting green down there. There's a large screen TV. And, put some boxes away for me if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
That kind of thing. That's about it.
I have to tell you, it's all related because the Mozeliak text exchange the other day to get him to the studio, he said, where are you located? So I told him, he said, I was afraid you were in Doug's basement. I swear to God, that's what he said.
Wow, friend of the show.
No, this is all weird and connected, Doug. So the millennial's question, is the millennial John Mozeliak?
Wow.
Could very well be.
Whoa.
Could very well be.
Millennial douche, calm down, Spartacus. Your question sucked. Driving to a volcano?
Oh,
that's
we
from
don't have
Doug's
any of those.
prison wallet.
Where's the nearest volcano?
What do you got? This is Martin showing Doug his phone to read the text exchange with John Mozeliak.
Yes, that's what he said. I think I could do that. My fear was it was in Doug's basement.
Boy, he's a friend of the show.
Gosh.
He's FOTS.
Does the show sound so bad that it sounds like it's coming from my basement?
Bo.
Only when we're at Oak Valley and we're simulcasting two shows at once.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Wasn't that with Papers? And then the next day Kurt was there and everything was fine.
Oh, Martin. Boy, that's why this alliance is so wobbly right now. But yes, that is accurate. That is accurate. Good morning. The millennial cannot sleep with my wife. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, and he is not happy now with that question that was asked. You can email your disdain for us, for the other listeners, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And if you win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, you win 2 tickets to Blues and Brews, which takes place a week from tonight at the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. Get fired up for the blues season at this outdoor street party featuring live music from the band Perry, plus appearances by blues players, alumni, food trucks, on-stage festivities hosted by Chris Kerber and Joey Vitali, and more. Tickets are on sale now for Blues and Brews, presented by Bud Light, 101 ESPN, 92.3 WIL, and Scott Lee Heating Company. Find all the details at 101 ESPN.com. Your Stiefel dossier today. Joey Vitali will take us on a psychedelic voyage at 8:15 on the Calvin and Thompson phone lines. The Colonel will join us at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. Joey Vitali, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And then we got that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, along with the drops of the week. We do not have, hold on a second, I just picked that. It was my periphery. I think I have a better periphery out of the left side of my head because the skull is concave.
So
right side, it's tougher. Like if the chairman were on my right side, wouldn't have seen it.
You could hit a bone, but not on the left side.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
What's going on, Chairman?
I did not see any drops of the week.
Oh, no, Doug.
Left for me.
Oh, no, Doug.
Maybe I overlooked them. I tend to think I did not, but there was no.
Oh, no,
How can we
Doug.
get past this?
When I realized this, I thought about maybe just going into the archives and finding just a
random
drop.
Candidly,
that would work.
none of us would have been able to tell the difference.
Or cared.
Yeah.
That's also a tight read.
So I could find one. It's not off the table, but there didn't seem to be any new drops of the week.
Jackson just kind of mailed it in this week.
He had a big movie boy to get ready for, so.
That's right. The 18th anniversary of There Will Be Blood celebrated this weekend on Movie Boy.
It's in the TMA podcast feed under like drafts, archived. It's set to go for tomorrow. And I got a little peek at the title when I was setting up this morning's podcast episodes. And that Jackson, he's a witty one.
Is he?
Nice.
Okay.
Don't miss Movie Boy tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Is that when it drops?
What's that?
Is that when it drops?
Yes.
Maybe I'm 2 feet away from chairman, and it's very similar to all my Jackson exchanges. What's up? I'm like, I just spoke, but that's fine. What's up?
No drops in a week? Make Chairman Kurt act it out improv style. That's from Dandy Don, and he's not happy that there will not be drops of the week this week.
A lot of people visibly upset.
Which is surprising because on the Dossier, if you ever do a deep dive, Jackson tracks all week things that would be good for drops.
He does indeed. I mean, we say clip that off about 100 times Monday.
BT at 9:34 Monday said "Daddy likey."
Yep.
And so that
would have loved to have heard it Friday at 8:45. Would have loved to have.
Holiday at 8:33 on Wednesday referred to himself as the Oklahoma a-hole.
Yeah,
and that was going to be
Brian.
clipped.
Doug, you get confused with Zach Bryan and Zach Brown.
Yeah, and
One's got
Luke
a
Bryan
pan.
too. All of them.
Rank them in order of which one you like the most to the least, please.
I'll say Luke Bryan, Zach Brown, and then Zach Bryan.
It's interesting. I think that mine would be the inverse.
I was going to say, I kind of like that Zach Bryan. Sorry,
I don't hear a lot of his
Doug's
stuff.
upset by his relationship with Brianna Chicken Fry.
I don't know who that is either. I don't hear a lot of his stuff for some reason. I don't know why.
Doug, what's your
I don't like
favorite?
that.
What's your favorite chicken fry? Waffle?
That's actually a really good question.
I don't really eat chicken fried steak. I know that's a southern treat, but the waffle fry would be my favorite, I guess.
At 10:22 on Thursday, Doug said a lot of us have had to change our underwear during a football game. That would have been a great drop.
Would have been a great drop.
Yeah.
JR talked about his tummy needing food. No, you guys said my tummy needs food. Jeremy Rutherford talked showering at 9:20 on Wednesday. All of these, Tim, would have been a delight if they were drops.
Now Movie Boy has become the priority, and TMA is now the secondary show. Sam Bradford is the Oklahoma a-hole. That's from the Amateur Proctologist, and he's still not happy about the 2010 first-round selection, number 1 overall.
But he was not. He was a nice guy. He was a decent guy. He may not have had the career you wanted him to have, but he was not a jerk.
He had great protection.
He was running for his life from the time he got here until the time he left.
The millennial has responded to the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Hey, recovering. I don't need your wife to sleep with me. I would just like her validation and understanding. Is that possible? Doug, that's from the millennial.
I guess if something could be hashed out.
Recovering alcoholic, you are welcome to respond to that offer. Doug, we've got some things to tend to here. The Cardinals, as you made reference to, are picking up ground in the National League wild card race.
But only when they don't play.
That's right. They have lost 3 in a row, but they have gotten closer to the Mets than where they were when they headed to Seattle. That's the magic of the system. The Diamondbacks are 3 back. The Reds and Giants are a 1.5 back. And we've got ourselves a battle for that final playoff spot. The Missouri game had its time moved. We'll tell you why. And John Kelly has himself a job. He was let go by FanDuel and then hired by FanDuel. We'll explain.
Oh, okay.
That's coming up. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. They announced the uniforms for tomorrow yet?
Oh, gosh, I hope so.
Good question.
Chairman, have they announced the uniforms?
I didn't see anything yet.
Just keep wearing what they wore last week.
You'd be fine with that?
Sure.
That's not what the recruits want to see, Doug.
You're right. That's how we recruit people, by changing uniforms.
Oh, don't get them going, Martin.
Buy that for a second.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan. Doug Vaughn is not happy with Missouri changing its uniforms. Martin Kilcoyne is, I don't even know if it's subtly, just trying to get him going. Just winding the player up. That's all he's doing. And then Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos because Jackson Burkett is in Chicago for the second straight weekend. Some are theorizing he is interviewing for a position at 670 The Score.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
I think he's doing afternoons, possibly. As the lead host. So papers would be gone.
Got a lot of sports in Chicago to talk about. That's
I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
First segment, you talk Bears. Then you take a break, come back and take some calls about the Bears. And then you have a guest in the third segment that used to play for the Bears. And then you mention the Cubs play tonight. And then you come back and rant about the Bears, who can never get it right at quarterback or coach. And we'll do that for the next 4 hours, and then we'll do it again tomorrow.
Okay.
That's Chicago Sports Radio.
Yeah, I believe that.
That's what Papers is going to be doing. I think he's a finalist, and he's brought Gareth with him since Movie Boys start. Gareth has been a co-host on multiple episodes, but Gareth staying in a tent this weekend, and that might be an indication of the dynamic that they have as they head to 670 The Score to do afternoons.
Is he the only one in the tent? Are there multiple people who were relegated?
That makes it hotter.
It's one of the strangest things I've ever heard.
Because you can.
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
Can you have a cot? Is there a couch? I'm going to need to know a little more.
Sure, you can stay at our place. Bring a tent. What? I'm not staying at your place.
Have you ever had a guest, Doug, and you said, I'm so sorry, we're going to have to put you in the tent out back.
You have to sleep in the barn. Maybe we can make a manger scene for you.
It must just be that there are so many of them, like 4 of them went or 5 of them went, and then the kid's family said, we just don't have room for everybody. Oh, don't worry, Garrett's got a tent.
Which one is Grinder again?
You have a basement? Put him in the basement.
By the way, Papers are supposed to send us a picture of him and Frog Guy driving, and he never did.
Yeah, this Papers
Drops weren't there. No pick.
Wow, Chairman.
Firing shots.
You're welcome to get involved in fire shots at Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Open up your YouTube app, type in TMASTL, and then there's 166 friends of the Feather who have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, like Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter, who's talking to Corey, who just typed, Doug, I wonder how Tim's fantasy football team is doing.
Oh,
1-0.
That's correct. I apparently played Chairman's team last week.
Oh, and you laid down and let him win?
He wouldn't want that.
No.
Oh, he wouldn't.
He earned it.
No, give me your best. Debo Samuel got a touchdown for the Southside Seamen last night, Doug.
Oh.
The Undercovered, another win on FanDuel's spread zone. And it's just profit season on FanDuel's spread zone. I really like the over in Missouri, Louisiana at 47.5. But Doug, the game time has been moved from 3 p.m. to 12 p.m. because of the forecasted heat.
Yeah, I see it. It could get up to like 98 tomorrow,
98 degrees with Nick Lachey, his brother Drew Lachey, and a gentleman named Stan.
And then Edmonds was friend with Drew Lachey?
No, Nick really got excited
Lachey.
when Nick was around the clubhouse.
So if it's going to be that hot, maybe Mizzou doesn't want to wear black jerseys.
Oh, wow.
Is there any way around that? They can't wear white, right?
They could probably go gold.
That would be a little cooler, I guess.
Does the noon start bother anybody? It's obviously done for people's safety.
I'm going, and I'm thrilled with the
You're
change.
happy, okay.
Yeah. Both for temperature reasons and just, that 3 o'clock start for a game. Like, if it was a different opponent, wouldn't really care as much, but right in the middle of the afternoon, you got to get up there a little earlier. You're heading home a little later.
I bet it's still going to be plenty hot at 2 o'clock, 2, 3,
I'm
3:30.
going topless.
I don't think they would be able to do this if this were the South Carolina game, for example, which will be at 6 or 6:30. And the reasoning is it's a streaming game, so there is no television window. So it gave them the flexibility to do it. I will say this, I don't recall this happening before. That doesn't mean that it hasn't. I just personally don't recall it. Does anybody recall it happening?
No, and if they're worried about the safety concerns, why don't you move it to the night game? You want it to be cooler, you play at 7, not at noon. You're still going to be playing in the heat.
I was thinking noon to 3 sounds pretty hot to me. But the forecast must say it's hotter at 4 or 5. I don't know. Or you could just ask Louisiana not to come and just take the W.
Can we just have this one?
Can we just have the run a scrimmage?
Send you the money.
Go play over in the indoor practice facility.
No.
We'll send you the money. We'll take the win because it's too hot.
Uh-oh, sounds like Doug's not happy now.
Doug,
now
maybe Faroe needs a retractable roof, Doug. What do you say?
Yeah, that would certainly help. But seriously, if you're worried that much about the heat, why don't you play at night?
All right, cut it off. I'm done. We just addressed that. I'm not listening to the rest of that.
Just addressed it.
Call. It's football. Please call next time.
Saturday night, most aren't getting up Sunday morning to go to work. Played last Saturday
Tim,
night.
maybe the Wildcat runs better between noon and 3.
You'll have to ask the Colonel that at 9 o'clock. That's the Stiefel Dossier, Joey Vitali, 8:15. Colonel dismissed this yesterday when it was brought up on Power Mizzou and gave it, he said, less than a 0.0% chance. And then it was an unfortunate turn of events when it did get confirmed that it was happening. He just couldn't see it happening.
Okay.
And yet, here it is. I just don't recall it happening all that often. You'll see it happen when there's a big storm coming in, hurricanes in the southeast or the Gulf states. Golf tournaments will certainly adjust. I just don't recall for just heat. But again, that doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. I just don't recall it.
They could move it to the Dome here in St. Louis. You suppose the air conditioner works in that place?
We don't
Probably
have that
does.
kind of money right now to spend on that.
I think it probably for fans who were planning on a 3 p.m. kick, that can impact it. I don't know what percentage of fans that impacts, but that's a thing.
Yeah, boy, you get on that the east side of the stadium there, and that sun's right in your face as it starts to go down. It's going to be a hot day. That's going to be
the east side can hit you.
Steamy. Mm-hmm.
And make sure to enter the right side of the building. And by the right side, I don't mean right, left. Make sure you're in the correct entry. Did everybody get that right last week? That
Didn't have any
thing,
issues
right?
last week. I had a TMA listener reach out and hit 2 tickets, and my wife and I sat in the section and Doug on the west side. And you say the west side's the best side?
Yeah, I think it is in that stadium. Sure.
And enjoyed the festivities. Yeah. It was glorious.
And the team is now on the west side, and it used to be on the
It's gone back
east
and forth.
side. Yeah, I'm confused. I feel I can picture Pinkel on the other side.
Yeah, it's gone back and
Now
forth.
Mizzou's over here.
When Larry Smith was getting emotional when Corby Jones leapt over a Nebraska defender in the flea kicker game, Missouri was on the west side. They moved over to the east side. Back, Doug. Back. The west side.
That was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Larry Smith crying. He was so emotional over this big win. And the next thing you know, they lose it. That was horrible. Terrible to see.
Shevin Wiggins, Matt Davison, the flea kicker.
And one of them's on the call for Nebraska. Matt Davidson became like their analyst because he was famous for a flea kicker.
That's correct. People are saying that they are pissed because they were planning on going to the game and now moving it up. They won't be able to go to the game.
You might have had a kid's soccer game in the morning or trying to do that, then get to Columbia. There's probably some of that's happening.
Another symbol of the softness of America. That's from Starfish Street.
It does seem like they've played some games that are very hot. And I'm not sure why this one is any different than those.
This time of year, the heat of the day is highest typically between 1 and 3 p.m., so moving it to 12 p.m. is actually worse. That's from the 618.
I wondered about that.
At least at 3, half the game you're going to be playing like after 5. Right? Most of the game will be, at least half the game be from about 5 to 7.
Yeah.
That'd be cooler.
So I'm reading, remember last week we had the tiger stripe and it gave you instructions. South Carolina, they're telling fans you need to wear white.
Oh, is that right?
Massachusetts is homecoming, naturally. That's a gold rush game. But for Louisiana, it just says family weekend. It doesn't really give you any, wear whatever the hell you want. It's Louisiana. Dress comfortably. It just says family weekend. Doesn't tell you to wear white, stripe the field, gold rush.
Whatever time it takes for them to cover that 27.5-point spread, I'm good with it. Doug, that's from Fred Dreyer's Mushroom Mark. Did he play Hunter?
He did. He was a good defensive end for the Rams. number 89. Really good player.
If you're pissed off, you can't go to see the Louisiana game. You really need to find more fun things to do with your life. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, and now he's not happy that people are not happy.
People like going to the games. They love going to the games. Now, if they can't go, if it's going to be miserable when they're there, they're a little upset.
Why not make it a night game? That's from the 636.
That's what I said.
I think Vaughn said it.
Because I was so amped on chugging with my boys.
Someone on the TV side probably said, no, you can't go at night.
But it's streaming on, is it SEC Network Plus, one of those kind of deals?
And ESPN Plus, so it's really not on anywhere. TV, it's only computer, but not the TV.
What about a 7 p.m. kick instead?
Yeah.
It's in the 618.
People are screaming at Tim.
They're not happy now. Tim, I am sorry I let you down yesterday. I slapped myself in the face several times after our round yesterday. Doug, that's Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Oh, gosh.
Would he not play well?
Unfortunately, our pairing lost money, and I guess Steve in Wildwood is taking it hard to the point that he began to flog himself. Doug, I take responsibility as well, but as a leader, I blame him.
I think that's fair. That's the way it's done. That's just protocol.
Thank you.
Find someone to blame.
He didn't do the job.
Even if you don't want to do
anything I did wrong.
Right.
He didn't do the job.
See?
Ron Washington.
That's correct.
Holding his players accountable.
That's a soundbite for the ages right there.
It wasn't anything I did. What if Ollie just started doing that publicly and just would say, well, he was supposed to strike him out there, but he served up a bomb. That's on him. Next question.
I'm so glad I'm not a Mizzou Power Hoosier fan, so mundane stuff like this doesn't ruin my weekend. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. He must have gone to an elite East Coast university. What do you think, Northeast, somewhere in the Northeast?
I don't know where he went. Now, they play a lot of games, or some games anyway, at 11. Could you not move it up to 10? Is that just completely out of the question? So you're done by 1:30 or so?
I guess we'll ask the Colonel. He's going to be on.
I feel like he's going to hate this topic.
Yeah, he will.
Yes,
but it just seems like you're going to move it to
Especially
really...
since he said it was less than 0% chance that it was going to happen, and then all of a sudden...
If you're going to move it because it's too hot, you didn't help much. If you're going to inconvenience people with a different starting time, you may as well put it at a starting time that will actually help with the situation.
9 a.m. Go full inconvenience.
Either start at 9 or 10 in the morning or 7 o'clock at night. There, fixed it.
Due to forecasted extreme heat in Columbia and after consultation with the National Weather Service and our public safety partners, Mizzou Athletics has adjusted the start time for Saturday's home football game against Louisiana, kicking off at noon. Nothing's more important than the health and safety of our student athletes and the game day experience for our fans. That's from Laird Veach. But it doesn't exactly. It just says they consulted, Doug, with the National Weather Service and their public safety partners. I don't know what that means.
There's not predicted thunderstorms coming in later during the day or anything?
Just heat.
Well, then it's still switching. It doesn't make sense.
I really do believe that if they didn't have the flexible television window with the streaming, that they would be committed. I think if it's going to be 100 degrees next week, I mean, I realize that it's a night kickoff no matter what, 6 or 6:30, to be determined by the outcomes of this weekend with Florida and Miami and Missouri and South Carolina, that they wouldn't move it because it's going to be on ESPN or ESPN2. Or SEC Network, whatever.
Yeah, those would not move, right?
Those would not move.
The TV ones,
because this is a flexible one. I think that's it, but it does strike me as rare.
I need to ask a stupid question.
I am taking questions.
What do I need to do to get ESPN Plus on my TV? Is that an app I got to download? Or?
I would imagine if you have the ESPN app, you will click on that, and it'll have a wide variety of games you can choose from, and you'll be able to click on it and enjoy the Tigers and Louisiana covering that over a 47 and a half.
That's on my phone.
Well, it's on your phone. It's on your smart television. It can be on your iPad.
So you would buy just this game as opposed to you could buy.
No. Is that right? Maybe with the new product they have, it might be. No, I just have the ESPN app, and I'll just open that up and watch it that way, whether it be on my phone or.
I don't know if I have the ESPN app on my TV.
Oh, is that right? Really?
I don't think I've ever looked for it even.
Just go to bed. You're old anyways.
I can stay up till noon.
Hey, guys, the time of the game really matters when you have to wait for hours in line to take a picture with the 19-year-old quarterback. That's from Big Tuft and Sherman. I feel like he's coming after you.
Read this dumbass text.
There's J. Randolph Jr.
It was suggested, Chairman, if we don't have the drops of the week, to just do a drop fest of Jennings and Chuck. Chuck Marlowe, Jennings, Randolph.
Charlie Marlowe AI.
And just back and forth, and then that would suffice the audience.
My favorite is to play a drop while we have one of our callers on and they don't realize it and they're talking to the drop.
Yeah.
Keith from South Milwaukee being an example yesterday.
Talking knockwurst.
That's correct.
Was that the first knockwurst call in the history of TMA?
I believe it is. Doug, you have to have a subscription. That's from Wooden Shoe 02.
That's what I thought. So it's going to cost me $10 a month to watch this game?
But you're renting out your basement $1,000 a night.
Yeah,
so
profit season.
Well, I haven't had any takers yet.
You know, technology and stuff.
Yeah, it gets difficult. I just want to turn on the TV, and there it is. That's the way it's been for my entire life. Not anymore. Well, I guess there were a lot of years where they weren't on at all. Remember that? You couldn't watch a Mizzou football game.
Absolutely.
Oh, well.
Good morning, boys. It's my birthday on Sunday, and I'm going to Olive and Oak tonight to celebrate. I hope I see the recovering alcoholic. Have a great day. That's from caller Jen.
Oh,
Doug.
Really?
Are you getting turned on by this?
Yes. Yes, the answer is yes.
It's another guy in a wig.
You think so?
Probably, sure.
Well,
No,
I
I do
look
have
at the
it-
text history. Martin, you like the text history to try to smoke
I like a little audit of their work.
Hi, Jackson. This is caller Jen. Can you add my name for the text line? Thank you. Also, I would love to be considered for the casting of The Real Housewives of TMA. Mark Hanna can vouch for me. Caller Jen.
Oh,
how about that?
Okay.
Tim, my second cousin, works in the Mizzou athletic department. They said they moved this game up so Eli can catch a plane to Tuscaloosa at night.
Oh, my goodness.
So he's not going to Florida. He's going to Alabama.
Oh, my goodness.
More inside word on this show.
Oh.
Man, we've been all over the Missouri stories. Sam Horn, quarterback, got it.
By got it,
Nolan Arenado at Jupiter. Got
Whiff.
Caller Jen knows me and my wife. We go to church together. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
He doesn't seem like the church-going type to me for some reason.
Shot at Pondoff.
Hey, Crestwood Coyote, take off your Lindenwood sweatshirt, soak it in the bleach, and jam it down your throat. That's from Fred Dreyer's Mushroom Mark, who's not happy that Crestwood Coyote attacked those who went to the University of Missouri.
There you have it.
I believe he called you guys Power Hoosiers.
I believe so. And as somebody who attended there, I think there's some meat on the bone. But, Doug, as you know, this program, the last thing we're going to do is paint with a broad brush.
No, that's not us.
Based on where somebody grew up.
Did you encounter some Power Hoosiers at Mizzou?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I did too.
But, I mean...
Not too many.
It feels very preppy these days. Whereas
I think the dynamic has changed materially in the last few decades. Yeah. I think there's more out of state, more Chi-Town stand-up. Maybe that's why Jackson's there. I don't know. But
it used to be a big ag school. At least when I was there, it was. So you got a lot of farmer types. I don't know that necessarily made them Hoosier. They were just kind of
more country.
More country types.
How's your yield?
Candidate from Jefferson County.
Right. Is that Tim's voice?
Yeah.
Is that on helium?
Higher voice?
Helium?
That doesn't sound like a higher voice?
Yeah.
Girl Next Door of the Year candidate from Jefferson County.
Or did
redundant?
Or did somebody post it and then they sped up the audio to make it sound funny?
No, I think that's when did you stop the Girls Next Door thing?
Oh man, we're thinking about bringing it back, but probably 2011. Doug, was it 2011?
I don't know
the Cardinals
years.
won the World Series, and we thought, you know what, we'll go out on a high. David Freese came to some of those.
He did.
He did.
But I just don't know the years, Tim.
My first date with my ex-wife was at the Girl Next Door of the Year party at Lumiere with Joshua,
really?
and so it was going on until at least then.
Was that where one gentleman elbowed his way up to the front of the buffet line and said, load him up?
Yep.
Yeah, Martin, unfortunately, one of the promotional elements of the event was an all-you-can-eat buffet.
It's a way of knowing your audience.
That's right. And a gentleman who demographically didn't strike me as a normal TMA listener was a little on the older side, had been upset that the buffet had not arrived. He was blaming me, and he moved his way to the front of the line, and the lady said, "How much would you like, sir?" And he just shook his head. He goes, "Load it up."
Yeah.
Load it up.
He ate most of what we had there.
Well, at least you had a buffet.
Clean us out.
That's right.
We had the McGurk show. Remember on St. Patty's Day, and we accidentally promoted that there'd be free food because we misunderstood the copy? And people showed up, and the buffet was like $10 or $12, and people were not happy with us.
Not delighted with that. And they made unfortunate caricatures of me and Martin and Jimmy the Cat Hayes, and only gave us 10 shirts to give out. We were doing the program from McDonald's right across from what was Rams Park, Doug, and they didn't have enough. Producer Joe, who has a landing strip, former producer of the program, was furious that we didn't have enough. Went back to KFNS in Webster Groves and complained to the general manager. The general manager pushed back, and producer Joe told the general manager to go F himself. And he was terminated.
Yeah.
And again, we still don't know the reason why.
You are an idiot.
Oh, is that what he said?
It's probably pretty close. I believe there wasn't a discussion. I believe he berated his boss.
And some call it insubordination.
Now, some people use the berating model to get a dinner reservation in Columbia, and it doesn't go so well.
That's right. Yep.
Producer
the legend
Joe
of Columbia.
And look, it launched him into his career now.
That's right.
Way to go.
I like Mr. Tim's new voice. It's all deep and rich, thanks to all the Marlboros and grade school sports yelling. Grade school kids sports yelling. Yeah. I'm silent. I'm silent around the sporting events.
Are you?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's not even like a conscious thing. I'm just not going to do it.
Do you clap at least?
Oh, absolutely. Of course. But I'm not going to start. And I want to make it clear, if you are a parent who is screaming at the officials or the coaches, I really support that. Just for me, it's not.
Especially when the officials are like 12-year-old kids themselves.
That's kind of when they have it coming.
These are the people that really need it.
These Hoosiers you speak of at Mizzou, where they're for ag service degree and are now running multi-million-dollar farms that have tractors worth more than your house. Doug, that's from Starfish Street, and he is not happy with your characterization of the ag community.
Well, no, what he said is probably very true.
I don't think Doug said it in any derisive way.
No, there's a lot of small town guys in my fraternity. A lot of them that were ag majors did quite well.
There you go, pal.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood, who is celebrating a birthday today, has just texted in and says, "Tim did a great job on the play-by-play of the round." That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Are we giving out a text of the day today?
Can't help themselves. Cannot help themselves.
Somebody suggested, Doug, with all your issues with technology, maybe it's easier just go to the game.
Oh, yeah, you want to go see the Fight Tiger?
It's going to be too hot.
Instead of trying to... Well, they moved it, so it's not so hot.
Yeah, well, I could have gotten there at 3. I can't make noon.
Guys, can you think of anything more cursed than meeting your wife at a girl next door competition? That's from Big Tuft, and he is loaded up for you today.
Tough but fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about the assessment is it's accurate, so you just got to doff your cap.
But you didn't meet her there. That was where you took her on the first
there
date.
as a date?
That was our very first date.
And did she want to go, or did you want to go?
That was probably my idea, if I remember correctly.
And she went along with it.
Yep. We had a great time. It was a heck of a party.
Didn't she show up at one of our events with a bag over her head?
Yeah, that was one of those boxing matches over across the river.
Didn't want to be seen anymore.
That was a tough one to be seen at.
Yeah.
The bag stayed on through the crawl through the train.
Hey, Starfish! The Chinese own the farms. The ag majors and the CBC grads are the help. That's from Hunchback of Von Castle.
And now CBC's taking shrapnel.
Nobody's safe on this program. Not a one of us.
This is what happens when the Cardinals don't play, Doug. People are just angry.
Well, they did pick up a half game.
Okay.
I mean, can you imagine if the Cardinals are clinching the wild card 2 weeks from tonight?
If we can just not play anymore, we got a shot to win this baby.
It's like when you clear out your fantasy lineup at the end of the season so you don't get negative points back on in. Maybe the Cardinals can do a little something like that.
Yeah.
Get involved in the program, as many are choosing to do, to express discontent with hosts of the program and or other listeners. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you also have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 215 friends are now in there talking it over, like Jake and St. Genevieve, Doug's Hole Inspector, and St. Lunatic 92. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. You also are welcome to email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Best have that Design Air fired up this weekend, because if you run into issues with your air conditioning, well, here we go. We got some warm temperatures, warm enough that they're moving SEC football games around in Columbia, Missouri. 93 tomorrow for the high in St. Louis, 93 for the high on Sunday in St. Louis. Cools off again later next week, 84, 82, 82. But if you run into any issues, you go to designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. They're the longest running sponsor on the morning after, going back a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team, Design Air Heating and Cooling. One of the reasons why so many TMA listeners love working with Design Air Heating and Cooling is they know they will come by, they will fix it, and they don't have to worry about being upsold. The honesty that Design Air Heating and Cooling practices goes back generations. Seth Goldcamp is fourth generation, and they earn your business in the long term by making sure that they take care of you with their honesty right there in the short term, fix the problem, and move on. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Joey Vitali, 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at the morning after at InsideSTL.com at 10:45. That's your Stiefel Dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Last night in Thursday Night Football, the Green Bay Packers improved to 2-0, beating the Washington Commanders 27-18. Jordan Love 19-31 with 2 TDs. Josh Jacobs with 84 yards and a touchdown. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See him at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You like this, Jim?
Oh, it's kind of harmless. It's kind of fun. Is this Ray Parker Jr.? Oh, no. That's Michael
the voice
Jackson?
of Bobby Brown working with Ralph Tresvant, Michael Bivins.
Oh, is it?
Ricky Bell and Ronnie DeVoe.
Okay.
In Mr. Telephone Man. And Bobby Brown will join us in studio the same day John Mozeliak does, which is going to be September 24th. So that's going to be a fun program for us with Bobby Brown and John Mozeliak.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. I'll look forward to that one. Can't wait.
Joey Vitali will be with us at 8:15. Where will the conversation go? No one knows. Chairman Kurt, do you have a bingo card for today?
No.
Doug, what is going? No drops, no bingo card.
I'm playing a different role today. I'm in a different position, and fortunately, bingo kind of fell down the priority chart this morning.
Yeah, I can see
we
that.
always have, last week's that we could recycle.
Did we get a bingo?
No, we didn't last week, but I'm bullish on this week if we want to do that. But no, there's not a new bingo card.
Now, were you classically trained for this job?
No, quite the opposite.
Yeah.
I had a rough update there. I
think the update was fine, and then you couldn't get out clean.
The computer froze up on me that switches over from that SportsCenter update to the next audio part, and I clicked it like the Dickens, and nothing happened. Heart rate spiked a little bit, but we got here.
Okay.
When you think about it, it really isn't a big deal. But in that moment, there's kind of a sense. I've seen Jackson sort of melt down. He just physically is shaking, like so furious that it wouldn't play. And I'm like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're not happy with the SportsCenter update, Martin. Chairman clearly wasn't classically trained in audio journalism. That SportsCenter update needs some work. Who would have thought we'd be jonesing for some Angel Reese news from Ocasio Burkett?
Libby DiCaprio Burkett. What was the other one? Rodham?
Jackson, Rodham, Clinton, I think.
You're welcome to participate. 314-399-9646. And you got YouTube. Just open up the TMA STL channel. Subscribe to it. Doug, 6,090 friends have, and 202 are in there right now, including Donna Mallett's Hip Huggers, who's talking to the TMA remote lamp, who's talking to Uncle Cucker, who's talking to Scott and Matthew, and Jake and St. Genevieve. That's where you can watch the show and talk it over. Joey Vitali at 8:15, Gabe Bjarman at 9 o'clock. And then we've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you got a chance to talk to John Kelly yesterday, an interview that will air on the 2 Fox. FanDuel has hired him to be the Los Angeles Kings play-by-play man for the upcoming season. Their longtime broadcaster stepped down after 40 years. He retired. The LA Kings, interestingly enough, were doing a simulcast, and now they're getting away from a simulcast, and that actually opened up the job for John Kelly, who lost his job because of a simulcast. So, Doug, if you're following, FanDuel was at least brought into the conversation as to the reason that he was let go along with the Blues as a joint decision, as it was portrayed publicly. But then FanDuel hired him to be the broadcaster of the Los Angeles Kings. Smaller market.
Well, much larger market.
Okay.
Oh, it is.
I got
Second market. Yes, it is.
over here.
Yes,
okay.
it is.
They got something different.
Same executives making the call, or does FanDuel have entirely different
Jay
executives?
Rothman
here and
is
there?
the name, right, Martin?
I believe Jay Rothman, former ESPN executive, is now a high-ranking FanDuel executive. So they have these different outlets, FanDuel Midwest, whatever we call it now, that has the Blues and the Cardinals. And then whatever the outlet in L.A. is, yeah. I mean, and John Kelly said, so I was asking, we hadn't talked, texted a little bit in the immediate aftermath, and I said, you and I have not talked. Tell me your reaction. And he said, listen, I was stunned. He said, I've been doing this for 38 years. I've never been told you're not coming back. He had moved on. He'd been with the Lightning. He'd been with the Avalanche, but he always left on his own. So I think there was definitely some hurt, some just stunned, I think. But he said, I've taken the time to think about the 21 years. He's philosophical, complimentary. And I said, boy, I wouldn't be able to act like that. No. And he took the high road all the way. He said he heard from tons of people. He said there were some people he hadn't talked to in decades that reached out that were kind of surprised and sympathetic to how it played out. But he really, in all of the answers, was complimentary of his time. I thought it was notable. He thanked Doug Armstrong, the players, the coaches. He sort of didn't mention ownership or management. Didn't mention any of those names, but he was very clear that he had a great time. And I said, what's it going to be like when you come back as the Kings announcer in that building?
October 21st, Martin.
He said, I'll walk in like I've done so many times to call a hockey game, and I'll walk by the Dan Kelly press box, which, again, he wasn't taking a shot, but I think a little bit out. Boy, that's the Dan Kelly press box. Let's see, my dad worked, and he said, my brother worked here, my dad, my uncle, which, again, goes back to the legacy thing, and I'm not going to get on my high horse and rant again about how it was handled. But if you want to go simulcast, which clearly the Blues, I'm going to say the Blues,
yes,
not FanDuel, let's just say it the way it should be said.
Yes.
If it was the Blues' idea to do a simulcast, and Kerber's certainly qualified, been here a long time, they should have just said that. But just tell them earlier. They waited 2 months after the end of the season.
He's lucky there was a job open.
He said, I'm very lucky there was one job open. And it was offered to somebody else that turned it down. And he said, and I was a candidate, and FanDuel pushed for me. And so he's moving to L.A. Good for him. It's a great organization. They've won a lot of cups and not so distant past. So it's a great landing spot. And I think he's really appreciative that he has that opportunity. But again, my whole rant at the time, I'm friends with Kerber, I'm friends with Joey. I mean, he's going to be on in 5 minutes. The way the Blues handled it was horse bleep. And I am still mad about it. I think I was more mad than John Kelly, interestingly enough. But yeah, he was complimentary. He's had a great run and had a lot of fun with the Blues. But he did say, in 37 years of calling hockey, I've never been told you're not coming back. So it caught him way off guard, which is part of it, too. You give somebody a little heads up or say, here's what we're thinking. And it is interesting. The Kings tried the simulcast and decided against it. So we'll see what we'll do, Doug. We'll see what happens.
It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
My core issue is sometimes these corporations like to hide, and hey, God bless. That's the gig, and I understand it. But the Blues were at a time, and I would imagine this is now gone, being able to portray it as this was FanDuel involved in a mutual decision, and I'd like to think anybody who is still believing that no longer believes that. So that was my, because a business has a right to do what a business wants to do. Fans, of course, are welcome to not like it, but a business has a right to do what a business wants to do. I share your opinion, Martin, that with legacy partners, for lack of a better term, I'm talking in this case of a broadcaster, and also I think it's case by case, that if you know that you have somebody who is a quality person who isn't going to like wig out, that you can work with them for a more graceful exit as opposed to popping them like Joe Pesci, Goodfellas, Doug, walk into the room, thought he was going to get made. John Kelly thought he was getting on a Zoom call to get his 2 or 3 year extension. Instead gets a pop, and then there's people on the Zoom call who he was not expecting to be on the Zoom call. and then he loses a job. I just don't think it needs to go down that way. And then the Blues were able to hide behind FanDuel. It was a mutual thing. But then FanDuel hires him in L.A. So I'd personally. That's where my issue is. The Blues have the right to do what the Blues think is in the best interests of their organization, but own it. That's where I come in.
And he's the ultimate pro as a broadcaster, one of the best in all of North America at what he does. I don't think many people would argue that. Network quality broadcaster and a terrific guy. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't like John Kelly. So at least he landed on his feet. At least he got a nice break and will be working for a good organization out there in L.A. I'm sure he's not looking forward to having to pack up and move out of his hometown when everything was going so well here. I feel horrible for him about that. But I guess the bright side is he got another terrific job, and he'll do great for the Kings for the next who knows how many years.
I just think
15.
It's funny because the organization is really steeped in nostalgia and tradition to the point that the new uniform is all, and then we weaved in this color. Remember, even the nose shading on the numbers is an ode to the early uniform. It's like all about history. And you got a guy whose dad was legendary and then had been here 20 years. I just think it should have been handled much better. It was handled horribly. I'll never change my opinion on that. John and I are not big buddies, and I was really mad about it. It had nothing to do personally, like that we were like super tight. I just thought it was terrible, but I'm happy for him. Good for him. Maybe it'll a nice little run in LA. He said friends called him when he got let go, and they said, "Oh, you're retiring." He said, "Well, I wasn't planning on it." They just sort of misread the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, all the best to JK. I apologize too. That interview aired last night on the 2 Fox. We'll get it on fox2now.com.
Oh, sweet.
Today. I apologize that it's not out already.
Yeah,
but
Doug's kind of pissed.
Mm-hmm. Very, very upset by this.
Fox2now.com. Later today, we'll have it in its entirety. I think I'll put the whole interview on the because we had to edit some of it down. I asked one question. I said, I think it was Jack Buck, maybe Joe. Both said, as you get older as a broadcaster, you get better. Like when you're 25 and you're calling games, you have no experience. You haven't had any great games you've called. You haven't had life experience. And then the older you get, you're just a better broadcaster. But in most situations, you're older, you're dismissed. And I said, do you think that's why so many announcers stick around forever? Because they kind of get better into their 50s. And he said, well, I think they stick around because they're great jobs. He said, calling hockey is a fun job.
Yeah.
I thought, well, that's an honest answer.
Right. A lot of them make a lot of money, get to watch a game every night.
Yeah.
Enjoy what they're doing.
So we'll get that.
It becomes easy for them as they get better.
Yeah. All right. So JK was a delight, and I heard from some high-ranking Blues people, too, who were happy for him. And I don't think that decision played well. How it was handled, I should say. Nothing against Curbs and Joey. How it was handled, I think, did not play well in the building either with people that worked there. Players included.
Oh, wow, really?
In my opinion, my knowledge of that. So, former players, for sure. So, anyway, moving on. Trying to move on.
Okay.
No need to. I like it.
Well, no, because we got part of the new team next.
Yeah, he wants to talk about chickens and parakeets.
Yeah. We'll be moving on from anything Blues related because we have the Blues announcer on next.
Joey Vitali is going to join us coming up in the next segment, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Joey Vitali next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA Still YouTube channel.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitali here. I'm here to talk to you about your garage door, and you got to give the good folks at Schaefer Door Company a holler whenever you have any issues at all. A true story this week. My mom called me and said, Joe, I got some issues with the garage door. One's not closing all the way. I'm missing some receivers. I like the beeper that makes it go up and down. I said, Mom, I got the guy for you. I connected her right away with Jason, my good man at Schaefer Door Company, and he has got people all over it right away. They put a personal touch on it. They're going to take care of you just the way they took care of me. So give them a holler. Any garage door related issue you have, personal, business, anything at all, 636-782-3608. Check out the website as well, SchaeferDoorCompany.com. But best yet, give them a call or shoot them a text because they will get back to you as soon as they can. 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
You like this, Doug?
Well, I haven't heard much of it yet.
It's coming.
Yeah.
We got time.
Sidney Crosby. Lacing him up. Hello again, everybody.
This is Sidney Crosby singing?
Yes. You'll hear Malkin chimes in soon.
Okay.
Florence Welch and Joey Vitali, tied in history together forever because of Sid the Kid. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the program on 101 ESPN. The show is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Croup and Joey Vitali, who is presented by Schaefer Door Company here on our Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joey.
Morning, Tim.
It's so good to talk to you back-to-back days, and very interesting that you dropped by the show yesterday right after Martin left.
Mm-hmm. Noted.
Yeah, shocker. Marty wasn't there, so I sat in his seat. If he was recently there, it's usually warm.
Oh.
Yeah, it would have been. It was ice cold. It was ice cold. It's like going to the bathroom and someone's there before you. It's nice and warm. It wasn't nice and warm.
Oh, you don't want warm. You don't want warm in the bathroom.
That's your opinion, Doug.
Yeah, exactly.
That's your opinion. I felt hurt that you did a drive-by. I like a good drive-by. We have friends of the show that just swing by at times, and then you chose to do it when I was gone.
Yeah, I was on the Blues podcast there with Donnie, and then, of course, the great Alex Ferrara, and then JR, and it was a great little 30-minute segment they're going to put out next week. We're kind of previewing the season. They actually talk sports on their show. You guys are all crazy.
Whoa.
See, I'm picturing you and Ferrara just talking like favorite red sauces, and the whole thing could get Italian sideways.
Nice.
We got to start getting this thing on the rails, boys. The season's around the corner.
Look who's wearing the C on his sweater all of a sudden.
Yeah, who you
My
fooling?
God, somebody got the Adderall prescription upped. You're dialing us in, Doug. This guy's dialing us in.
He really is.
You don't dial us in. We dial you in.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We got to get some hockey talk at some point here, guys. I can't keep talking like this.
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
All right, dialed in Joe. Give us the lines. First, second, third, fourth. Let's hear it, pal.
No, we don't need to talk about that. We didn't. No,
Didn't know the team.
I was coming home. And I was actually listening to you guys there briefly. I was dropping the kids off at the old the Kirkwood establishment there, and heard you talking about JK, and it's great that John's doing well, and I'm so happy for him and that he landed that great spot there in LA. It's funny when John and I we live very close by each other in Kirkwood, and we've lived next to each other. When I got the job back in 2018, I didn't realize how close he lived by me. So John and I obviously built a great relationship together, at the rink, away from the rink, and just love poking fun at each other. And I still do to this day consider him a really, really great friend. We talked on the phone a couple weeks ago. We got a chance to catch up for a while. And one thing about when I would see him in Kirkwood, so John, as you know, John's a very private guy. He keeps to himself for the most part. He's as friendly as can be. When you talk to him or you introduce yourself, he's a true gentleman. But, he kind of puts his hat on. He just walks around Kirkwood. He kind of listens to his music or just goes on walks with him and his wife or whoever. And whenever I would see him at Kirkwood, and Kirkwood, did you know, Tim, especially because you kind of live around these parts, but it's a busy town, especially when the weather's nice. And one of John's favorite places he loves to go is the Kirkwood Farmers Market. You ever been to the Kirkwood Farmers Market, Doug?
Of course, many times.
Yeah. They got the great pumpkin patch adventure. They're starting to build for the pumpkin patch adventures. We get our Christmas trees, but John he loves their green beans. He'd always be at the market. So as John being kind of a quiet guy, he want to keep to himself and not make any attention about him. I'd always see him in there as I'm walking by, and it's a full farmers market. Shout out to Zach. Zach does a great job around that farmers market, by the way. And John's in there picking out green beans. A bunch of people are around. And I would just embarrass him. I would just scream from the sidewalk. I'd be like, JK, baby, love your work. Let's go Blues. And people would look at him, and he'd be like, thank you. And he'd keep walking. And I would look back, and, people coming up to him and talking to him. And then he was so nice about it. So we always kind of did that to each other. For years, we'd see each other on the sidewalk. He'd pull over and say, Joe Vitali, we're at the Blues. I love your work. And people would kind of stare at me, and it was kind of our joke. Well, I saw him on the sidewalk. This is last week. I was walking with a friend, and I see JK coming up the street on the opposite side, and there was people around. And I just found out the news about LA, and I just screamed. I go, JK, voice of the LA Kings, baby. I love your work. And we had a wonderful laugh, and it was great to see him smile. And like you guys said, he's up and on his feet, and what an opportunity for him. And the craziness of the timing, where there's really only one job available this summer, and of course he got it. I talked to Tony Granato, who was my coach in Pittsburgh. He's going to be doing some color analysts for the call in LA with John. Talked to him the other day. By the way, Tony's got a great TV series coming out where he interviews a bunch of different players and kind of the horrific situations of their life, whether it be injuries or cancer, and keep an eye out for that. But Tony's going to be so excited to work with John, and like you guys said, it was a tough situation for him, no doubt about it, but it's great to see him land on his feet.
The locked-in Joey Vitali with us here. What do we got? A week away from camp opening. And is this the Prospects weekend, right? They do like a round-robin deal.
Yeah, it's like a round robin, Marty. This prospect thing, it's changed over the years, though. I mean, they used to call this rookie camp. Can you say the word rookie? I don't think you can say the word rookie anymore.
Is that offensive now to call somebody a rookie? Is this the old? They used to go to Traverse City. Is that what this is?
Yeah, like Traverse City. I went to Kitchener, Canada, when I was with Pittsburgh. I mean, they have different ones. So it's essentially there's a rookie camp that kind of blends into the main camp, right? So they want to see all the young prospects first. But now they call it prospect camp, but they used to be called rookie camp. I don't think, you can't really say rookie anymore. You can't say young guy or new guy anymore. It's just kind of where we're living in. But yeah, prospect camp essentially is rookie camp, where they want to bring those kids in. And it's a lot tamer. Like, it is a lot tamer.
Used to be a fight every 5 minutes. This guy's trying to prove themselves.
Holy smokes, Doug! You're exactly right. I mean, I went out to the kitchen. We played 5 games in like 6 nights, and I remember I felt like I just got off the Ninja roller coaster at Six Flags after going on it 100 times in a row. I mean, your body is a
Ninja.
Remember the Ninja?
It's still there. I hope this doesn't come off as a brag, but my family has season passes.
Oh, for heaven's sakes!
That might have made me unrelatable.
But you have to take like an empty Coke can with it. Do you get in like for free?
Yeah, Vess.
Oh man, God bless you for going to Six Flags. I can't go. I'd rather play around the golf.
Reverse Yola here. Hold on.
Usually that isn't an option for many of the patrons.
Rather play golf than go to Six Flags.
I think the Boss, Doug. I think the Boss is the most difficult roller coaster to ride.
Oh, is it really?
That's what I think. The Batman is a very smooth roller coaster.
What about the Screaming Eagle?
I like it, but I don't think it rattles you as much as the Boss. But yet the Boss is my favorite. I think I'll go Batman second, Screaming Eagle 3, and I guess I'll go Ninja 4. But American Thunder, I think, actually is going to have American Thunder. There's my Mount Rushmore of Six Flags roller coaster.
You got the season pass, so you would know.
Exactly. Thank you.
Ooh, I would just stick with the log. I mean, the log flume's got to be up.
Oh, that's very dangerous.
I love to stick with the log flume. Six Flags used to have that room. I don't know if you guys went back in the day. You can make a music video. Remember this room?
Doug, did you ever make a music video?
I never did.
You did. You lip sync "Justify My Love" by Madonna.
I never did such a thing. No, I never did such a thing. Should have.
No. Okay. Yeah, we did that. I did it to Metallica. We still got that video somewhere, and I was the guitarist, and all my brothers and sisters were playing the drums. And this is when music videos hadn't even really. They were kind of starting to come out a little bit, but VH1 and all that. Who was that guy who did that music video show with the top 10 TRL?
Was that Carson Daly?
Carson Daly. Gosh, you got a memory on you. Carson Daly. Yeah, they did the top 10. That was when the music videos were big. Anyway, where's I going with that?
Doug, you were asking about Carson Daly?
You're talking about Prospect Camp and all the fights you got in it.
You like water sports.
Oh, come on.
Oh, stop that.
A lot of people are sideways with Tim and you and not mentioning Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, Mr. Freeze. I think maybe that was a mistake, and I would like to issue an apology to the audience. Mr. Freeze needs to be in the Mount Rushmore. So I'm going to go Boss, Batman, Screaming Eagle, Mr. Freeze. There is my Six Flags Mount Rushmore as a season pass holder. Sorry to brag. Things have just gone really well for me financially.
Oh.
You're one of the only ones. Hey, what about that ride with where you go down and you get super wet and then you go on the bridge? Do they still have that one? And then you get
that's the shower dances over at Roxy's, right, Doug?
No, different location.
Ruin me.
Oh, stop it.
I always wanted to be the guy. Everyone sees the guy at Six Flags. He's got like the skater shorts and the cutoff tee and the
it's that one guy out at Six Flags.
Yeah, it's just the one. But he's always got that big bear like over his shoulder, and he's probably got some good-looking gal next to him because he won the bear. You want a good-looking gal there, Marty? Go win a big bear at Six Flags. That's how you get the gal.
Win a big bear.
And you got to carry it around all day?
That's like a badge of honor. It's like you're telling everyone, like, who's the man? Me.
This dude right here, he handling that thoroughly. You feel me?
What the hell?
Stephen A. has entered the conversation.
Yes. I believe it's called the tidal wave, Joey.
The tidal wave.
Oh,
that's what it was. Boy, you would get soaked on the tidal wave. I mean, that thing was that was a great treat. We used to go there when I was a part of the Martyrdome with the Cornfelds and the whole gang. St. Justin would have. Yeah, they would have a whole day every year dedicated where the whole school would go out to Six Flags. It was a blast. I always wanted to win a big bear or at least a couple basketballs, but man, I couldn't even get it up to the hoop. My skills in basketball.
Really? That's surprising.
Yeah, but I feel like those hoops at Six Flags, those carnies, they kind of cheat. Those hoops are not much bigger than those balls.
Wow, now the integrity of the carnies has been called out on the program.
Yeah.
Cross the line there, man.
They're gonna get.
And then the only thing to eat edible there is like funnel cakes, which when you're at Six Flags, you already hate yourself so much. You might as well just like.
Don't sleep on the turkey drumsticks.
I love the poorly educated.
How about these drops? Kurt, you're doing a hell of a job.
Oh, now Jackson's ears are ringing in Chicago.
Man, you don't miss Jackson one bit. Kurt,
Oh, wow. That'd be a great drop if we ever
Time to
did
take a
break.
Anyway, prospect camp. It used to be.
That's right.
Oh, prospect camp. That's right. I'm sorry. What was the question? How did we get to Six Flags from prospect
it was Carson
camp?
Daly.
Fight machine.
Tim got distracted. Anyway, so prospect camp. It used to be like just go up there, and I felt like you were getting ready, like from the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe. Like just start putting your bandages on, or like Tom Poe and Jean-Claude Van Damme from Kickboxer. Let's just start wrapping our wrists in glass. Like that's how prospect camp. If you made it out of there in one piece and you could actually survive for main camp, to me that was a bonus, right? Coaches were like, who can actually still skate for main camp next week? And it was that. It was just a litmus test to see like where are players' desires, where is their courage. You know, it was less about the puck and it was more about like how bad do these kids want it. And, of course, you know, through hitting, being physical, through fighting, through sticking up for teammates, they wanted to see who was there. Now, the game's changed incredibly, right? So these prospect camps, sometimes, I think last year they only played 2 games. You know, I'm not sure how many they're playing this year, but they're more about just the skill development. It's more about not letting anyone get hurt. It's more about these young players just put on a sweater, you know, being in the locker room, you know, being around some of these coaches. And it's just getting them kind of relatively acclimated to what they're going to see now come main camp. So it's definitely been tempered down a little bit. The old school John Tortorella style of let's just roast these guys and let's the last man survivor will know who wants to be here. That kind of madness is out of the game, and now it's really just about these kids going up there and showcasing their skill. You know, I remember Dalibor Dvorsky last year. He really opened my eyes at Centene at the prospect camp when they were playing the Blackhawks. You know, he was playing chippy. He was playing on an edge. You know, those types of players have been around. Those are the types of players that they need to play very, very well. You know, you look at who are the Blues looking at, and you look at, okay, well, this is a certain group. You're like, yeah, let's just get to the game, right? Let's just get them in the sweater. Let's just get them comfortable. But then there's other players like, man, we got to see something here. For last year, it was Dalibor Dvorsky, and I thought he really delivered on that. So it's a great weekend for them to kind of bond a little bit, get away from things. But ultimately, as they come back from this and they enter into St. Louis, that's when the butterflies really start to churn in their tummies where main camp's around the corner.
Do you think it's a good thing for the league that fighting is now rare and instead of a nightly occurrence? There's only a handful of fights a year, it seems like, anymore for a team. Is it better off the way it is now?
You know, I think so, Doug. I like where the game's at. I'm a huge fan of the game. You know, I think that there's enough fighting. I think that players are still kind of governing themselves, if you will. I think if someone mouths off or someone does something stupid, I think that there's enough players in the game to sort through it on their own. I think every player's got that player. You know, for the Blues right now, it's been Braden Shen for a long time, and now the emergence of Tyler Tucker is really great. I think that you have to temper the emotions because I love the emotions in the game. I love the emotions in sports. You know, I love all the emotions in sports. I mean, I remember when Sid used to talk to refs. Shout out Sidney Crosby, my old team.
There it is.
Bingo. You knew him.
Bam, bam. He would lose it on referees. Like, he'd be, and we would all joke about in the locker room after, because he had kind of a high-pitched squeal when he was yelling at referees. But he would just scream at referees. And the referees at the time, they would scream right back, or they would just listen. But to me, it was great TV. It was great for the crowd because you saw like this raw emotion of a player who didn't agree with the penalty or was mad that the penalty wasn't called or whatever. You know, you see this in sports across the board. You know, it was a Nebraska football player. I think it was a punter who was crying about a month ago or so. I'm sure you guys had talked about it. Marty probably wasn't there. But you guys talked about the guy that was crying on the press conference. You know, and it's like, to me, I don't know why people are so upset about that. Like, that emotion is amazing, right? We don't critique crying when it's crying out of happiness, but then we're going to critique, you know, tears out of like sadness because he misses his family. I think baseball can learn from this. I can't stand it. You have a batter who was in the box and the ball's a little bit outside and they call it a strike and he kind of looks at the umpire and the umpire says, okay, you're out of here. It's like, you can't even look at anybody anymore. You know, so I love that hockey has kept the emotion in the game, and as emotions boil over, I think you got to have a little bit more fighting. And I think for the Blues right now, it's great to see a Tyler Tucker. If you're a player like Tucker, I mean, to me, there's not a lot of jobs really anymore for players like that. And I think that this is kind of a, Doug, it's an interesting question because it really opens up to this whole demographic of who's becoming hockey players now. I had a great talk with Richard Park, who was he played in the league a long time, and he's got an Asian background. I think he was one of the first Asian players to play in the league, and I had a chance to play with him in Pittsburgh there a little bit. Just an incredible human. Now he's a scout for the Minnesota Wild, and we were talking about the lack of fighting. We were talking about sometimes the emotions are out of the game. It's just kind of becoming more of a repetitive game in, game out, just kind of players showing up, and there's times that call-up players don't really make any noise. And we're kind of talking about where is this kind of coming from? And he had this pretty great theory that, in sports, and this is probably true across the board, and you guys probably see this in football and different things like that, but hockey, it used to be a sport where everybody could play. Braden Shen told me when he was growing up in Saskatoon, and this is a really long answer, but just hang with me for a second. Braden Shen was telling me that in Saskatoon, they would come home from school, and his whole neighborhood, there was just ponds everywhere. They come home and drop their bags off, kiss their mom, maybe get a snack, and they would just, boom, they would go to the rinks, and they're all over his neighborhood. So guys would just go out and just play the game of hockey. It was free, and nature provided it, right? So everyone could do it. So when everyone's playing the sport, what are you going to do? You're just going to have those athletes. And that's where, the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, you saw these just athletes, right? They were just the best athletes that also could play hockey. And now what's kind of happening, I asked Braden, are those rinks still there? He said no. And I asked him why. And he said, well, because the neighbors don't want to, keep up with the rink anymore because no one's really using them. I go, why? No one's playing hockey anymore? He said, no, it's quite the opposite. Everyone's playing hockey, but everyone's inside a rink, and they're all on AAA teams, and everything's scheduled. They're so overconsumed with practices and games and travel that they only have a couple nights off a week, and they don't want to spend it playing hockey. They need rest. So then what's the problem? They're still playing hockey. The problem is AAA hockey has gotten so expensive. Now we get into the finances. The sport is now a very expensive sport where only a select few, or select percentage, can actually afford the sport. So what's happened, I think what we're starting to see, and this is what Richard was talking about, is that you're starting to lose a lot more athletes because it's not about being the best athlete anymore. It's about being which mom and dad can afford for me to play this sport. So I think that we've seen that over the last, especially couple decades, you're starting to see these new players emerge into the league. They're coming from these wealthier backgrounds where they're very skill driven, and there's maybe less an athlete in them and more of just overall skill. Look at a Trevor Zegras, for example. I mean, that's a perfect example. There's plenty of players just like him.
Doug, look at Trevor Zegras.
I'm looking.
Okay.
Yeah, lacks a little bit of emotion, highly skilled. He's been known to not have kind of that giddy up and go, doesn't play on that edge a lot, right? But it's just kind of like who he is, and that's kind of how he grew up. So to answer your question, I guess, Doug, is yes, I still love to see it because as we kind of keep going inch and inch more and more year after year, we're gonna kind of see it naturally just kind of fizzle out of the game, and it really is rooted in the way players kind of come into the game at a very young age.
Joey Vitali with us every Friday here on TMA, presented to you by Schaefer Door Company, the great Jason Gosrow presenting the segment. Joey talking it over, and this week you got two times of Joey Vitali. One time yesterday in studio, and Doug now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines talking the best roller coasters at Six Flags. And Joey, your answer is the Ninja?
No, the log flume.
The log flume.
Old school, baby.
Yeah.
Log flume. Take it easy, and then we'll go over to one of those picture people, those people that draw your face.
Oh, yeah.
Caricatures.
Mm-hmm. Caricatures while I eat a funnel cake and just destroy my body.
Because of
what's up, Chap?
Because of Joey, I ended up in a deep dive here about Sidney Crosby and his whiny voice, and there's all these clips. Don Cherry tells Sid Crosby to stop whining. Crosby's incredible ref cam audio. Crosby gets Capitals' attention after complaining. Don Cherry again telling Sidney Crosby to stop whining. Crosby's voice cracks while whining. Crosby whines about hats on ice. I may spend my afternoon listening to your boy whining.
You know, it's funny. Like, again, he could do it, Marty, and you've seen plenty of it. He could do it, especially early in his career. And the refs were okay with it. I still remember referees like, Sid. And he's like yelling at him in their face, like, Sid, hey, hold on a minute. Just let me explain. And he's like, no. And if I would have been like, hey, what, did you miss that call? I said it in a very respectful voice, boop, you're out of here. 10-minute misconduct. Don't talk back to the referee. So, and he could do it. You know, and this is kind of a part of his whole development. You see this with players that develop. You see the development and the emergence of Robert Thomas. There's a lot of similarities about how young kids come into the league and then how they grow. I mean, when Sid was young, he would be barking at refs. You don't see him really do that anymore. You know, he started surrounding himself with all these just pro players. I mean, Mary Lemieux was his roommate, of course, and lived in his house. And then you had the Billy Guerins. You have all these young players coming over and kind of teach them, hey, you're the leader, right? And I remember this is something that, you know, with Billy and all those veteran players, this is part of leadership, right? And he had to learn this. And it wasn't probably fair for him because he had to learn it as a 19, 18, 20-year-old kid. But when you're on the bench and you're screaming and you're freaking out at referees and you're banging your stick, you know, it's everyone on the bench on your team, even though you're 19 years old, they're looking up to you, right? And if they see our leader, even though you're not even wearing a C at the time, if we see our leader doing that, well, then we start unbuckling, right? And on the flip side, you know, you can maybe in one of the craziest games and things aren't going well, if you're a captain, you sit back on that bench. And I remember Sid would do this, and he would just breathe. But he was calm, right? You're like, okay, as long as he's okay. If he's okay, I feel like we're okay. I mean, people, you can connect this with your families. Dad comes home from a bad day at work and you start blowing up and throwing dishes. It's like the kids are going to lose their mind. Why? Because Dad's in charge. Like, you're our leader. We need you to be calm, right? We need you to be under control. And I think that's where Sid really has grown, where you don't really see him kind of losing it, breaking sticks anymore, because he realized in that early development that even though he is this young prodigy, he has to keep good body language. Body language is so important in every sport. But his body language really evolved over those years, Marty, and that's why a lot of those clips you're probably talking about, especially with the Don Cherries of the old days, those are probably his early career, and you just don't see it as much anymore.
Fair enough, Tim. That's on me. That's on me. We were going to a break, and I just weaved in a little Sid
We just
thought,
got
and
extra
there we
knowledge.
go. And
I mean, that was bonus. That was bonus coverage, is what it was. Joey, we always enjoy the conversation, especially when we get back-to-back days of Joey Vitali here on TMA. Presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Joey Vitali, voice of the St. Louis Blues. Doug, first game a week from tomorrow against the Dallas Stars. There you go. Joey, always appreciate the time, man. Have a great weekend, brother.
You boys have a great weekend as well.
That's Joey Vitali on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You are welcome to participate in one of many ways. Texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. You are welcome to call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, which Gabe DeArmond will be joining coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll get his reasoning for why Missouri is moved the game from 3 o'clock to 12 o'clock tomorrow, with some insight as to the heat-adjusted schedule for tomorrow from the Colonel. He's brought to you by James Carlton, Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou. Then you got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which you can email into the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you are a Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling client just like me and Doug.
I'm a Design Air lemming. It's that simple because it's a company you can count on for years to come. They've been around for more than a century, and they are family-owned and operated. Seth Goldkamp, fourth generation. Love these St. Louis family success stories. And on top of that, they continue to earn your business by earning your trust. Every time you have Design Air out, you realize there is a difference. When you have an HVAC company in your home, you need to trust not only that they're going to get the job done, but they're not going to try and sell you something you don't need. That's what Design Air has built their business on for decades. Any issues a year from now, 10 years from now, they're still going to be here. Design Air is also the longest running TMA sponsor, so you know they're about loyalty as well. So let them know you listen to TMA when you have them come out to your home, then let us know about that experience. Go to the website, designairservice.com. Before winter hits, maybe get a little tune-up on the furnace. Any issues right now, get online and go to our friends at designairservice.com.
Sponsor the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in. The program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Nice. Doug, it's not just our side of the state.
No, it's all over.
Doug, do you think this is good because it's so bad?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
You don't?
No, I don't mind it. It's all right.
Big Red.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Gabe DeArmond is going to join us. I bet he would love this song. That's coming up in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The program's called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Breaking news. We have the drops of the week, Chairman Kurt. What's going on?
And apparently we always had them. So apologies.
Oh, wow.
Apologies to Libby DiCaprio Ocasio that we always had the drops.
Yeah, I got a text from, I guess, up Chi-Town way, and the drops were in the system all along.
Wow. Do you need to take some time away?
Me?
You gonna take some time away?
An apology.
You know what? I'm going to take the high road here. I'll just say the drops were there. The drops were there. I should have known better. Jackson wouldn't miss out on
I was surprised that he would forget on his way out.
That's not the Piddles brand.
Right.
All right. Well, Doug, what a treat. We have the drops.
Can't wait.
Of the week.
Morning after. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop. Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
You gotta suck.
And it was raw.
Doug, you had a moth in your ear?
According to who? Arch said that to you? No.
Are reporters supposed to shower with the players?
This is the price of being boyishly handsome.
Hello, wild card.
Daddy likey. Sorry, boys, I'm awake now. Sorry, that golf talk was putting me to sleep.
Matt, are you taking music questions?
Sure.
That was drops of the week.
I'm going to have to rescind the apology.
So Martin is taking back his apology.
Yeah, I'm starting to think now maybe word got Chi-Town way. Gareth in the tent said they're talking about you. And then he just slapped together a couple quick ones. It did not have the breadth of work it usually has.
Okay, interesting.
No, and I'll defend him here. He could not put them in the system remotely, so there was no scrambling.
Okay, so then I take that theory. I take that theory back.
Somehow it continues to get worse.
But I believe maybe he was halfway out the door. Frog is in the driveway and saying,
Frog Dad
is ready to roll. The boys are like, hey, we're going to quick trip. You want me to grab you something? He's like, no, I'm almost done. I'm done.
What?
And there he goes. So that was kind of a mini drop.
Right.
It was just getting going.
Maybe not the best, but it was a little something.
Okay. He left us a little something.
Okay.
Tim, I have a Chiefs adjacent story.
Oh, what do we have?
Is that why I thought maybe that's why you played that music. Did you see the story? The Chiefs longtime PA announcer resigned yesterday.
2 days before the home game? To start the home opener?
Season began. Dale Carter, the Chiefs' longtime PA announcer, had a Facebook post explaining why he would be leaving. Stadium announcer Dale Carter would always inform fans that the yardage gained was enough for a Kansas City Chiefs first down. There'll be someone new making the call this Sunday. Carter announced Thursday he's leaving. I feel an enormous weight's been lifted from me. I've informed the Chiefs I'm resigning effective immediately. I've had an incredible 16-year run, including 6 AFC championship games. Tim, how will they remember the Dale Carter era? I've enjoyed being the audio propagandist for this team that I love. He said the Chiefs had asked him to alter the way he calls games. He's not felt comfortable with the change the team proposed. This is the PA announcer, and I'm just reading what he said. Going into the playoffs last year, they asked me to make a significant change to how I've called games. I tried, even though I disagreed with it. Going into this season, they wanted a further adjustment that crossed my red line. Frankly, it hasn't been as fun as it was. Takes a lot of time away from my family, especially around the holidays. Just feels like the right time. So, Doug, they asked him to change how he called the game.
What kind of changes?
I don't know.
Fans, we want to have the loudest stadium in the NFL.
To help us all come together as the 12th Ram, we've created Ram rules.
Follow these 5 rules to give our team dome field advantage.
Together as one, we can do it.
We can do it!
Oh,
They wanted a further adjustment that would cross his red line.
what red line? You just
don't-
got to hear the fact. This is the guy who scored the touchdown.
Ram Rule 2.
He's got a first down. Every first down for the Rams, our announcer says, St. Louis, you scream.
First down.
Not doing that.
Ram Rule 3.
On third down, let's help our Rams by making some noise!
Never heard of that before.
I will say this guy, Dale Carter, sounds busy. He said,
Every time we get to the quarterback, I want to hear you yell, sack!
Doing that either.
collapsing, we sack again. Sack!
Quit it. We're not doing any of that.
And Doug, when they had the ball, you'd say, shh, the team's at work.
Yeah.
I have tremendous respect for the organization. I'm thankful I got to do this. Dale Carter writes, a longtime Chiefs PA announcer. But this guy is busy because he said, life is full with my work at Q104. I think he has a regular show. He said, my show, my podcast, calling Blue Springs South football, and also running for legislature. This guy, he's running for Jackson County legislature. So great run.
Okay.
But I'm fascinated. What were they asking him to do as a PA announcer that
Maybe tone it down a little bit?
crossed the red line? I can't imagine. You know, hey, if you could weave in a high V read over here. Okay. Hey, when you say first down, yell it. Okay. I don't understand.
Guys, will that Chiefs song play in the Enterprise Center when the camera pans to Mahomes as he's locked in a suite for an hour and forced to wear the blue note on his chest because his agent screwed the pooch on reading the fine print? That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, who believes Patrick Mahomes will be locked in a Blues luxury suite.
Oh, Pete, I miss you, boy.
When Ryan O'Reilly wore that Chiefs hockey helmet, that didn't go over that well with some Chiefs haters.
Oh, man. The Colonel loves the Chiefs, and I would guess he probably likes the game time change. Anything earlier, the Colonel likes. So I would imagine he likes it, but it was he was catching shrapnel on Power Mizzou yesterday because he said there's no chance they'll move the game time, and then, of course, it happened. And, Doug, then you're obligated to write, this post age well. And and I've written it from like 4 or 5 of my burners.
Have you really?
Yeah, I really.
That's good.
I really,
Feels good.
Oh God, it feels so nice. So the Colonel, we will hold him accountable for that post coming up. He's brought to you by James Carlton as we enter the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tomorrow in SEC college football action, the Missouri Tigers, the 25th ranked Missouri Tigers, will be taking on the Louisiana Raging Cajuns at Faurot Field. Kickoff time moved up to 12 noon with the heat wave coming through. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
A song called Missouri, which I wrote.
Oh, my goodness. What will it be like at high noon tomorrow at Faurot Field when this bass is pumping through your subwoofer, Doug?
No, I don't own a subwoofer. Do I need to get one?
Yeah.
My radio's plenty loud, just kind of the way it is.
Yeah, but the ladies love bass.
To where the car's bumping at the stoplight?
That's right.
Okay.
Sends a message.
All right.
The program's called TMA. It's on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Plus, you can podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast on the 101 ESPN app. There's a TMA STL app. Download both of them. Joey Vitali with us in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. We are now in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program from Power Mizzou, my guess, probably delighted by the change to 12 p.m. as opposed to 3 p.m. tomorrow. Dougie's presented by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
I would bet you are happy about the 12 p.m. kickoff. Am I correct?
Pushing for 7.
See?
But yeah, noon will work.
Yeah. If they would kick off at 7 a.m., you would take it.
Yeah, I would be there. Yeah. No question.
Was there a reason they couldn't do 7 p.m. if they're really trying to get out of the heat of the day?
I mean, I don't really know. I haven't asked. My guess is it probably had something to do with Louisiana's travel and not wanting to fly out at, 11:30 at night, but I don't really know for sure.
Okay. Well, we'll just make do with this noon kickoff, and we'll do our best.
Good to know. I'm glad it's not.
Hey, Gabe, Tim was saying earlier, how often or has this happened? We're trying to think, because obviously with the networks, CBS, ABC, those types are not going to want to move games.
This one's a streaming game on ESPN Plus, and that's why I was theorizing it could happen, but I don't recall it happening much. Do you recall it, Colonel, with heat, not necessarily with storms?
It doesn't happen much. I think there's probably been a few instances where, some sort of whether natural disaster or tragedy or something caused a game to get moved back a day or something along those lines. But, when I first started asking around about this, because it was brought up on our message board, and I was like, yeah, that's not possible. They're not going to do that. And then Eli Drinkwitz posted something about, adapting or adjusting. And I was like, oh, wait, I think probably there's something to this. And I asked somebody, I said, is that even doable? And they said, after the COVID year, I think anything's doable. They schedule these games 8 years in advance, and then they prove over and over, we don't actually need to do that. We can change pretty quick if we need to.
Does Louisiana present much of a threat to Mizzou? I see they played Rice pretty close, if that means anything.
Yeah, they shouldn't. I mean, their starting quarterback's out for the year. I don't think this is Billy Napier's Louisiana. They had it rolling there for a few years, and they did win 10 games last year, but I don't think it's quite the talent level it used to be. Freshman quarterback, it shouldn't be. I mean, I think I don't know. I think the line's like 22, 23 right now.
27.5, I think, Colonel.
27.5, okay.
And 47.5 on the total. And just so you know, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are very high on the over for tomorrow's festivities.
Good to know.
Second time.
We had a guy on our post-game show who won big on Missouri last week, and so he super chatted us some of his winnings. So my new stance is that I do not encourage sports gambling, but if you want to share the winnings with us, we will partake in that.
Yeah, it's like a tithing process.
Right.
I'm eating chicken wings on the potty.
Okay, we don't
Here's one of
need
the voicemails you got, Colonel.
On this weird show, Gabe, I'm still new here, but there's a lot of weird listeners, and they like your new colleague, the guy who replaced Gerard. They called him the snack, or what did they call him?
Shrimply Pibbles, who I believe is a Power Mizzou poster on the Tigers Lair message board, says that Cody, who is the new football beat reporter for Power Mizzou, replacing Gerard, who went to ESPN, that he posted a thirst trap picture, and he invited him to join he and his wife in his bedroom. So I don't know if Cody has issued a response, or maybe you're here to do that today.
Yeah, maybe not, but our site is a strange place. It gets a little stranger every year. Introduced Cody to the post-game show last week. I was thinking in the middle of that question, I was thinking, God, imagine somebody just turned on the radio and was like, hey, I want to hear this guy talk about the Missouri football game against Louisiana. But then I also realized that that's not why anybody turned on your radio show. So.
Yeah, if you're looking for information, you're in the wrong place.
Yeah, sorry, wrong number.
No.
Gabe.
That said, I was going to, Tim, can I ask a football-related question?
Doug will let that happen.
Okay, thanks, Doug. I was going to, do you think Zollers for sure plays in this game?
I mean, if Missouri is up, 21 or more in the fourth quarter, yeah, I think you'd definitely like to get him out there and get him a little bit of experience. I think this game and the UMass game are probably ones that you look at, and then whether it's Mississippi State or the bowl game, I don't think you want to go over the 4-game limit if you can avoid it. You keep this red shirt if you can, but you've got to have him around. I mean, if Prebula gets hurt, or like even if his helmet pops off or something, you've got to have Zollers ready and comfortable to go in some of the more real games that are coming later down the year.
Have your preseason expectations for Mizzou changed at all after watching them play 2 weeks?
Not yet. I'm kind of on the verge of it. Like, I think they're better than I thought they were, but I want to see South Carolina before I kind of change the overall record. Because while I think Missouri's better than I thought it was, and, I think South Carolina and Alabama are a little bit worse, but I think Auburn is better. I think Mississippi State is better. So, the SEC is fascinating. I mean, I think the top of the league isn't as good as maybe it's been or as a lot of people thought it was going to be. But I think the bottom of the league is so much better. I mean, it really does seem like a league to me where, whoever finishes 15th, I could see them beating whoever wins the league, on any given day.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA. He is brought to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday. Missouri's kickoff against Louisiana moved up to 12 p.m. because of heat. The game was going to kick off at 3 p.m. It is on ESPN and SEC network streaming tomorrow, so they had the flexibility to do that. Next week, it'll be at 6 or 6:30, depending on the outcome of Missouri's game. And also South Carolina's game, plus Florida playing LSU, and Miami taking on the team that beat Florida last week, South Florida. Colonel, I am intrigued. You brought up South Carolina. I'm also intrigued by Vanderbilt. And you're talking about the bottom of the SEC. That's kind of been Vanderbilt's residence throughout the league's history. But they made their move last year with the Alabama win. They also had, of course, the impressive performance against Missouri and others. And so far, they have, they've made their presence known, and they're only 5.5-point underdogs tomorrow in Columbia, South Carolina. Night game. What is your anticipation on that one? And should Missouri fans have a rooting interest when Missouri plays both of them?
Yeah, I'm not sure it matters since you play both, but I think you'd rather have South Carolina win because I think if South Carolina comes in 3-0, they're going to be like 10th in the country. I think that's a bigger win nationally and perception-wise than whatever it would be against Vanderbilt. I didn't list Vandy as one of the teams that's better than I thought they were going to be because they're about what I thought they were going to be. I I thought they would be a solid team coming in. I don't think they're a team that's a threat to win 10 games or anything, but I think they could certainly win 7 or 8. And I've said all summer, like, Diego Pavia is going to ruin somebody's playoff hopes. Could be South Carolina. I think I would be much more inclined to pick Vanderbilt to win that one if it was in Nashville.
Yeah.
Because it's in Columbia, South Carolina's pretty good at Williams-Brice. And here's the other part of this. I don't think Virginia Tech's any good at all. Like, I don't mean to take away from that win. That's a nice win for Vandy, especially on the road. But I just don't think Virginia Tech's a good team. I watched them against South Carolina, and they didn't look like they could get much of anything done on offense.
How concerned are you about the kicking situation for Mizzou?
I'd like to see him try a couple field goals tomorrow. It's just until you see him go do it, you don't know what to expect. So I'd like to see a 40-yard kick at some point tomorrow just to see what it looks like and maybe have a little better feel for what you have going into next week.
Yeah, I would expect them to go out of their way, assuming that it looks like they are in control of the game, to take that opportunity with kicking some field goals tomorrow because of the importance of the game next week. Shrimply Pibbles has written in since I brought him up, Colonel, and he has a two-parter for you. I don't know if you're taking questions, but he wrote, "Hey Gabe, two-part question: do you see Daniel Blood getting extra run this weekend? And second, can I get Cody's digits? And do you know the next time he'll be in St. Louis and where he might be staying? Asking for a friend."
It's a lot of
and
questions.
then he put in parentheses, wifey.
Oh.
So I don't know if you want to tend to any and or all of those questions, Colonel.
Well, we found something that I'm honestly less interested in talking about on your show than the color of the pants. So there. I don't know. Sure, Daniel Blood will probably play like a bunch of the backups will. I don't know what necessarily singles him out, but yeah, we'll probably see him.
What are they wearing tomorrow?
What about the pants?
White
or yellow?
I assume it's not going to be black. If they're moving. It would be amusing to me if they moved the game up to, say, 5 degrees of heat and then come out in their all black uniforms. That'd be solid.
Yeah. They don't have much of a choice on the uniform color. They can't wear white, right? They have to wear
They can wear yellow like they did against Vanderbilt.
Why can't they wear white?
Well, isn't the home team supposed to wear the dark jersey?
That's a shot at LSU's brand.
No, I think the other team, I think the road team gets to pick what they wear first, and then you can kind of pick whatever you want after that.
The road team gets to pick what they wear?
Yeah, because remember the Northwestern Tulane deal? It was Tulane asked Northwestern, who was coming to their place, about changing the uni colors.
Wow.
And Northwestern didn't allow it. I think that does.
I mean, look, you guys know how much I care about uniforms.
Oh,
come on. I'm just making
This
all
is
this
big
up,
for
to be
us.
honest. I don't have a clue how it works.
Well, I think last week they announced it, didn't they, during the week? And this week they have not announced it.
Yeah, they had a little.
Take off that shirt, you hear?
Oh. Well, so you figure Louisiana will wear white then. So what'll Missouri do? What will we do?
I'm hoping it's red. That's what I
Oh my God! I will live on Power Mizzou if they come out in red.
I've said over and over, I just want no school colors in the uniforms one week. It'd be amazing.
Well, they had anthracite there for a while.
Packers were all white last night at
I saw
Lambeau.
that. The Packers were all white. Hey, Colonel, I saw this getting going when ESPN started talking about the hot seat and Billy Napier, and the ESPN writers brought up the possibility. I mean, they weren't saying he will be the guy, but Eli Drinkwitz. You then told the people to settle down, enjoy the season, and to cross the bridge when they get to it situation. I mean, there's still a lot. I mean, my God, Florida schedule, a lot to get to there. And, of course, Missouri, and for that matter, 10 more games. How do you analyze the situation both in Gainesville and then as it relates to Eli Drinkwitz?
Well, I would say, first of all, we could go back 12 months, and all those people writing those articles this week, like, they legitimately fired Billy Napier. You remember that weekend where everybody, all the national people were writing, "Oh yeah, it's done."
Which weekend was that? What loss was
I
that?
can't remember. It was week 5 or 6, somewhere middle of the season. I mean, there were no caveats. It was, "Oh yeah, this is done. It's just a matter of when they announce it." And people were tweeting about press conferences and all that. And it all was obviously completely not accurate. So Florida's not going to do this now. I mean, they might do it in November or something, but especially with the transfer portal.
You don't think they'd whack him in the middle of the season? I think they would.
I mean, maybe late in the season, but not after week 3.
Okay. Right.
Like, what's the advantage?
These boosters, they get so worked up. They sit on these message boards, which I'm a big fan of as a Tigers Lair guy, but they get all worked up and they go, screw it, let's pay the buyout. Hey, man, I could see it happen, especially with that schedule. I don't know. I mean, that doesn't mean they're going to hire the full-time coach, though, if that's what you're saying. I know that's the case.
Right, so feel free to fire Napier and have an interim for 9 weeks, I guess. I don't really know what it accomplishes is my point. But, look, I don't know. I think it's much less likely that he takes a job like that than I would have said it was 2 or 3 years ago because he's gotten pretty much everything he wants. He's proven he can win here. Fans like to look at this and, they bring up all sorts of things. Well, his kids are in school and his wife likes the town and it's expensive to move and this and that. That's not what it's about for these guys. It's about where do I feel like I have the best chance to be like as good as I can possibly be and, hang banners and win rings. And so if there's a place where Eli Drinkwitz feels like he has a better shot to do that than he does here, sure, it's not out of the question. Now, the difference is that there are fewer of those places today than there were 5 years ago when you relate it to Missouri. But, the only answer to this is I don't know Eli Drinkwitz well enough to know how he thinks on these things. So if Florida has an opening, would I imagine that he will be on their very short list? Absolutely. It was basically – last year, when everybody fired Napier, from what I heard, it was Eli and Lane Kiffin were the two guys that they were going to go after. And so I think that would certainly be – I think that call would be made. I don't have a clue what his response would be.
If you're on the short list at Florida, that would make you one of the hottest coaching properties in the country, I would think. Do you think he has earned that level of respect?
Well, he's 23-5 in his last 28 games. I think he has taken a place that is not necessarily accustomed to having top 10 seasons, to number 8 2 years ago, and then I forget 20th or something last year. But if he can win 10 games and finish in the top 25 this year, he's doing things that have never been done in 135 years of Missouri football. So I absolutely think he has earned that. And I also think other programs, when you're talking about a place like Florida, will think, well, it's Missouri. We can get the Missouri coach anytime we want. Now, again, I'm not saying that's true. I'm telling you what I think their perception of it would be.
And Mizzou pays him well, right? He's, $9 million a year or so?
Yeah, he's about the 10th highest paid coach in the country.
Yeah, in the country.
And I mean, he signed a 1-year extension before this year. I honestly was surprised it wasn't bigger. I thought Missouri might try to just get something locked in with him before the season for the long term. Now, maybe that's in the works. Maybe he wasn't ready to do it then. I don't know. But I think after the season, regardless of whether other jobs open up or what it is, I think he's probably in line for – now, I don't think you want to sign a Jimbo Fisher type deal or anything, but I do think it would – be a good idea for Missouri to sign him to a deal where when this happens next September with whatever job it is, it's very easy to say, yeah, well, they would have to pay $45 million to get him, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, big picture, when you look at the one-loss record and the stadiums that are sold out and the building going on to improve the stadium, make it bigger, it's been an impressive run that he's had here.
No question. I mean, there can be zero complaints about anything he's done since the start of the 2023 season, in my opinion.
Gabe, will they use the Wildcat at all this weekend? So they've got the lesser opponent, maybe.
Yeah, should we get back into a debate of what qualifies as the Wildcat?
The texters are demanding that I bring up the Wildcat.
Martin's Wildcat agenda is what it's called.
We really have reached a point where it happens on my message board and on our shows too. It's just like, ask about all the things that are the most irritating and see if we can actually get it.
They're trying to get you to implode, and we'll see what happens tomorrow following the post-game show. That's where I'll be. I mean, what does it say, Colonel, for my social calendar that your YouTube post-game show is the highlight of my weekend?
Not a lot. I mean, I've met your wife. She's a nice lady. I assume you have a few friends. I don't really know that for a fact, but I assume you do have a few. I would think you could find something better to do.
Why do you care so much about my life?
About that. The Colonel brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Every Monday and Friday here on this program. You can read him at powermizzou.com. And I guess, if you want to reach out to his new cohort, Cody Goodwin, you're going to have to do that directly. Gabe is not going to facilitate any encounters between Cody and our audience members' wives. He's just not going to do that. He's drawing a line in the sand. Right. Good for you, Colonel. I think it's the right thing to do.
I mean, you did just bring up the thought. I mean, if there's money to be made,
So you will do it now. Now, Shrimply Pibbles, reach out to the Colonel. DM.
I'm not saying I will. I'm just saying, everybody has a price.
Amen.
Right?
Yeah, Shrimply Pibbles might be sending a Venmo your way. That's the Colonel, brought to you by James Carlton. PowerMizzou.com is where you can read him. Thank you, Gabe.
All right, guys, have a good one.
There he is.
All
There's
right,
the Colonel
Gabe.
with us here in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, talking it over. And Doug, you're aware of Callier and Thompson, aren't you? I'm pretty sure you are.
Well, anybody should be if they're looking to have work done in their house. And a lot of people are doing that right now because it's kind of hard to move with economic conditions being what they are. So maybe you're best off just to stay where you are and make your house look exactly like you want it to look. And that's what Callier and Thompson can do for you, whether you're looking for a new kitchen or bathroom or finish the basement, whatever you want to do with the house. Callier and Thompson has got it done, including painting services. They got a great painting department. They'll paint your whole house for you. Make it look brand new. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up the work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available for you. You need to make any changes, Callier and Thompson will have someone right there to work through it with you. They've been in business since the 1950s. Their employees have more than a combined 165 years of experience. These people know what they are doing. They've got all kinds of 5-star reviews on their website. Let's read one. Here's one from Shirley. Say hello, Shirley. She said they helped design a new kitchen, finished project on time and within budget, took care of everything professionally, and still helping on minor things after completion. Robert B., what do you have to say? Well, everyone was professional, informative, and detail-oriented. We're not just customers. We were treated as close friends, family, and always treated with courtesy. That's the kind of customer service you're going to get from Callier and Thompson. They are simply the best in town at what they do. Check them out if you're looking to remodel any part of your house. Callier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
Now, you are welcome to call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in Air Comfort Service, text inbox, 314-399-9646. And talk with other TMA listeners on our YouTube channel, which has 6,090 subscribers. Maybe we can get to 6,100 today. That could be big. That could be really big. I think we're all bonused if we get to 6,100.
Oh, yeah. Maybe a little something extra in our stocking, won't there?
That's exactly right. And MD 2020 says in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, I'll be Tim's friend. So I now have a
so
friend.
you picked up a friend, did you?
Picked up a friend.
Okay, it's a living friend.
Email in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, 1045. There's your Stiefel Dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Schnucks likes to save you money, and they'll make it real easy. Got an email the other day from Schnucks about the big savings that are taking place this week. They have weekly ads. That's in addition to all the items that have been marked down. But Tombstone Pizza is $3.99. Red Baron, $3.99. I found that out with the email sent directly to me. And if you're a rewards member, you'll get alerts on your phone as well. Items that you often buy, if there's any additional savings available, That's on top of the 2,300 items that were marked down. They were not savings for a week or a day or whatever. They made them permanent. They're trying their best to save money. Also, when you're on that Schnucks Rewards app, you can get delivery, curbside pickup. It's all real convenient. Add up the points, add up that dollar, add up those dollars as every time you check out. What I'm trying to say is you're going to save money, and also you'll accumulate the points, which means money in your pocket. Pile them up. You can do that by using the Rewards app. There's a Schnucks in your neighborhood, guaranteed neighborhood-friendly Schnucks, and it's a weekend. Stop by the butcher. They're always friendly. Talk to them. Maybe some different ideas if you're going to get out and get on the grill. Maybe move that grill time a little earlier, just like Mizzou. But stop by, save money, get great advice at your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks.
Solve it out, baby. After we take care of the four nobodies, we hit the color station and put them on the potty. Then we go to UMass. You kidding me? Thanks for the win. You giving me for free. Next war eagle coming to town. Thanks for the win. Hugh Freeze, you clown. You clown. You clown. You clown. Missile gonna fly this year. Cooking burning gonna leave you hurting. Missile gonna fly this year. 12 wins in the building certain.
Call him a clown. TMA 101 ESPN, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Man, he's a good man. Watch this. Man, comma, he's a good man.
Yeah, I heard that.
And he is. If you are in the market for a financial advisor, I would like to recommend Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. His phone number is 314-889-0503. Very rarely can I assure you that if you spend 10 minutes on the phone with somebody, you are going to hang up the phone and go, oh my goodness, I feel better. Not only about my financial situation, but also just better about the world in general. Somehow Mark Hanna has that ability. And listen, this isn't about, you don't have to have the kind of money where you can have a Six Flags season pass to work with Mark Hanna. Because I'm sure some people are like, oh, you got a Six Flags season pass.
Sure, you're going to need somebody to handle that kind of wealth.
Liquid.
Yeah.
And I am, but you don't have to have that in order to work with Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. If you're just starting out, you can be well along. Doesn't matter. You want to have your goals customized, laid out for you with somebody who knows. Mark Hanna, sponsor the 9 o'clock hours, the person that I can tell you is a wonderful person, and somebody that he would tell you this. Hey, even if you're not going to get work with him, work with a financial advisor. It's very important. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. Chairman Kurt, you're filling in here for little Jackie Papers and his vacation in Chicago. And I have to tell you, I'm intrigued by your selection of fun with audio because, Martin, I don't know if you've taken a gander at the Stiefel Dossier, but it's really diversified, and I'm not familiar with a lot of it. All of the clips actually intrigue me. Do you want to do a Sadie Hawkins on what audio you want to hear?
I see a Jim Nance.
Yeah,
saying it's okay to not have a hot take on everything.
What's the background here?
He was on what looked to be maybe a video podcast of some sort, and the host was asking him about younger people wanting to get in the business, and they're more likely to want to be like a hot take smith rather than like going the announcing route. And Jim Nance was of the opinion that you don't always have to have a hot take.
He'll never make it in this business with that attitude.
I don't like his chances.
I want to get your take on this. Tirico had an interesting comment about basically kids, I don't know if kids is the right word, but younger people today don't really aspire to be play-by-play people. They're looking more at the hot take stuff. I'll read you what Tirico's quote is here. I do notice when I go back to school now, you find more of the students who are interested in being hosts and opinion makers and less who are interested in being play-by-play announcers. The celebrity factor becomes the magnet, and the idea of coming through the ranks is not there as often as it once was, at least in some of the students I see.
I think he's got an accurate read on it, Jimmy. I really do think that it speaks to the power of social media, hot takes, creating conversation, and they think that's the business, and they think that's what they want to get into. They want to be famous. They want to be on TV. They want people to hear them. It's just different. It speaks to the way we work today. Everybody's got a hot take on everything. And, it's okay not to have a hot take on everything. People feel like they're incomplete if they're not able to converse and have something really sharp and edgy to say. Yeah. It doesn't have to be that way.
It's also easier to get a job doing that. I mean, you can use your own social media and be a takesmith. It's hard to get a job as a play-by-play guy somewhere.
I never thought of it. That probably is true right now. Younger people said, oh, man, I just want to get into play-by-play. That was every TV sportscaster was a frustrated play-by-play guy at heart. Oh, I'm going to be the voice of the Cardinals. No, instead it's like, hey, I'm Doug Vaughn. Here's John Jay getting it.
Hold on a second. Right. This is hitting really close to home right now.
In theory, not in practice. Right.
No, we know, of course.
We know. But I think that's probably accurate.
So kids are growing up wanting to do takes?
Yeah. I mean, if they want to get into sports media, and I'm sure if they're 20, less likely to think, well, I could get into play-by-play as much as there's money to be made. I could be like a Stephen A. or a Skip Bayless or these guys who just pontificate.
And
That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
There's a ton of jobs as takesmiths. Think of all the people working on the radio and online doing podcasts as a takesmith. How many people in town are doing play-by-play of major sporting events? The handful? Just a few? It's hard to get those jobs, and those people that have the jobs, they don't give them up easy. And they work forever.
Tim, also in Fun with Audio, Fran Brown, who you guys
Yes, I love Fran Brown, Doug, coach of the Orange.
Syracuse coach. I saw this the other day. I believe they won their game, but he was mad about some things. So after the game, they were doing sprints.
That's correct. They had a close one, I believe it was with UConn, Doug. And he was not happy with it, and he had the boys doing sprints, kind of Herb Brooks in them.
I see.
And then Greg Olson, the NFL announcer on Fox, didn't like it. Here's what Greg Olson had to say.
Greg, you ever have to run sprints after a game?
I'd rather do a one. If I agree with Coach. I'd rather the 1 o'clock scrimmage in the rain. To me, this is about doing it in front of everyone and saying, "Look at us. Look how much we care. Look how much I care." It does feel performative. I have no problem with accountability. I have no problem with getting in guys' faces and challenging them, especially if you don't feel like they're playing up to the standard. I think Fran Brown's done a great job in just a short time kind of building that culture in Syracuse.
You know what? I respect that opinion. I think I'm going to agree with him, even though I'm a Fran Brown lemming.
I kind of agree with it, too. I think it just shows, look what a tough guy I am as coach.
And there are ways to punish the team or to work with them not in public, putting on a big show for everyone. Well, Fran Brown has responded.
I don't really know Greg Olson, so I don't want to talk about him at all, to be honest. He was a good football player. For me, I told the players we was going to do something. If you know me, then you'll understand what happened. But then once I seen all those people still out there, there's certain things that you can't do. It becomes a different situation. So it was not like I could go run up and do the things that we would do to make sure that guys are running after practice and getting it done. So I said, hey, just come in. We'll handle it tomorrow. We play Friday, so we got an opportunity to do other stuff. But I don't know Greg Olson. I think he had a really good career, and I wish him the best. I never spoke about him, how he played, or anything that he does. So I'm just really focused on me and our football team.
Right. Wasn't much of an explanation, was it? He didn't explain anything.
No, I'm a Fran Brown guy too, but I'm going to side with Greg Olson on this one.
Greg Olson does like a youth sports podcast now with Big Cat of Pardon My Take. I don't know if anybody has seen that. Pops up in my algorithm.
What's the content? What are their advice for parents?
Yeah,
coaching.
It really, and I have to tell you, I've enjoyed it. So I'm becoming a fan of his work. I mean, all I was exposed to him on was his work in that Miami Hurricanes rap that was so popular, and then he became the Fox lead broadcaster, but kind of has, I think, some good, educated opinions that he is able to communicate effectively on these shows.
What do they say about a good leader? You praise in public, criticize in private?
No.
And the running thing seems like a physical way to criticize, and I kind of agree. That's something that you could have done behind closed doors.
Well, it's unusual for a coach not to be able to even articulate what it is, why you did it. You just rambled, just put a bunch of words together. It made no sense at all.
And, I mean, he talked about Greg Olson. He's never spoke on Greg Olson's career. Well, Greg Olson's role now is to kind of speak on things in the football world. So I'm siding with Greg on this one.
But it wasn't exactly a hot take by Olson either. He said, hey, listen, coach is doing a great job. He couched it pretty well. He just didn't like that moment. I did think Fran Brown could have, to Doug's point, said, here's the deal. We're going to do these whether fans are in the building or not in the building, and the team knows this. It wasn't meant for show. If you felt I showed up my team, there's a way to maybe explain it, but I also feel like he doesn't care. He doesn't care, which is probably going to work for him. They went 10-3 last year, and that used to be not a dominant program, but Syracuse used to be really good at football.
Oh, yeah.
And just dropped way off.
Speaking to what Jim Nantz said on that podcast, I had about 10 trick-or-treaters last year dressed up as Dan Orlovsky at my house. That's from Dale in Grubville.
You did not. You did not. No one would know who it was. Nobody.
They'd be wearing a suit with tennis shoes and maybe just like talking out of their asses. I think that's the way you know.
That could be any one of 100 people.
Dan is not a jackass.
And then you shave each other.
That's different.
That's different.
Set of ESPN employees.
Then Joe Buck's on the dossier. He's in the fun with audio. And what did we play? We played one the other day that was about the fake feud with Scott Van Pelt.
Right. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I think you might have left at that point.
That's when everything happened yesterday, Martin. You left and this show just became a pony.
That's when you guys ran sprints?
Yeah.
Right after I left?
Tim was hard on us after yesterday's show. But the PMT boys were asking Joe Buck about when he was planning on hanging it up, and this is what he had to say.
How many years you got left? Have you thought about it? I hope you never retire.
Oh.
No, I mean that. There'd be a huge hole in like the football. Announcing is hard, and at your level is very hard, and we'd lose a big game voice, and that would suck.
Well, thank you, if you mean it.
I do.
Thank you.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean it.
Not. That was a big thing when I was young.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. I don't know. But
so we're not close.
I'm not going to do the,
Dan Patrick coming.
Man makes plans and God laughs, or I have no idea. I could get hit by a bus getting out of here.
Wow, it's kind of a dark way to end the thought.
And I don't think Doug's going to be happy with the edit, Chairman. I'm just going to be transferred.
It was a little tight there at the end. A little bit tight. Mm-hmm. But, we'll let it go. The boy's trying.
You always want to leave them. You always want to leave them wanting more.
That's right.
Except I kind of wanted to hear a little more.
Well, Joe Buck does have that quality where he's got a big game sound to his voice.
Yeah, the game just sounds bigger when Joe Buck's doing it.
It's so true.
When they had the game in Brazil, Rich Eisen was doing the game. And as good as he is, he just didn't have that voice, that presence to make it sound like something big is going on here. And he's fantastic at what he does. But the announcers that you want to hear do the big games have that kind of big sound to their voice, I think.
Even Jim Nantz, if you're not a huge fan, you say, oh, it's a Nantz game. You know it's a big game.
Yeah. Kevin Harlan has it.
It's interesting. Harlan's never been the number one, even on the TNT. Is Brian Anderson ahead? It's weird how Harlan has never been like the lead NFL guy or he does Monday Night Football on the radio. Mm-hmm. And he's hugely popular and hugely successful. But to be the number one guy, Joe, especially Joe and Aikman, you put those two together. Then Monday Night Football, ESPN, I know they paid him a lot of money. They needed to because it had been a carousel.
It had been an issue.
And they just couldn't figure it out. And then they would just put three guys together. And was it Booger McFarland and somebody else?
Joe Tessitore, I believe, Martin, was a mix in there for a while. Looks like people are bidding to be able to play with Jackson at the Lemmings Open.
Oh, are they really?
Boozy says he is offering $50 for Jackson and the Lemmings Open. And this person says that he is a 13.1 index.
Does the 0.1 really matter if you're 13?
Probably doesn't factor into the course handicap for gambling games. Chairman Steve and Wildwood and I had to have our Venmos active yesterday. And very disappointing and unfortunate to go out and lose that kind of money. And but it's kind of led to another unfortunate memo to the Tam Avenue Capital Partners that there will be a cash call because of my individual golf losses.
Is that kind of like a GoFundMe for missed putts?
I think a hand is a hand.
Oh, come on.
But you don't want to sound panicked, Tim, so you say, due to some unforeseen circumstances.
Correct. We will need you to wire more money over. Unfortunately, things didn't work out. But, it's Chairman Stephen Wildwood's birthday. He's been a TMA Listener of the Year. The guy has so much gravitas, Doug. He berates the Cardinals from his balcony.
He does.
Well, I want him to raise my child.
Oh.
We're going to do balcony sports one more time next week.
It is happening.
Steve was texting me. It looks like maybe Wednesday it's a day game. Maybe we'll do some live sports up there on the old balcony at about 4 or 5. I might invite maybe Rich Gould will come down. Now here's the deal. I'll get the Manhattans going. You go cover the game.
Whatever, dude.
I'll be right here. It looks like he went to the Mizzou game last week, and I wanted to ask if he actually went inside because he likes to keep an eye on the tailgate for everybody while you go enjoy the game.
That tailgate was glorious. last weekend. Hey, I asked Joey Vitali this. You might have heard the discussion, Martin, since you guys were listening to it during onboarding, about taking both my 8-year-old and 3-year-old down to the game next week. Now, if it were the Louisiana game or UMass or Central Arkansas, I wouldn't think twice. I would do it. The South Carolina game, Doug, this one, I've had it circled for a while. I'm not sure what's going on with the Gamecocks. You know, the 2023 Missouri team wound up being a great team, but if you would have judged them by what they had done through 2 weeks before they beat K-State, you would have gone, oh boy, this might be a problem, because they kind of screwed around with Middle Tennessee State. So who knows what South Carolina and Shane Beamer are up to. I don't know. They won't be able to play at Coy tomorrow against Vanderbilt. But I care about the outcome of the game, and I don't need distractions when I'm locked into a game that I care about. Would you take the 8-year-old and the 3-year-old along with my betrothed next Saturday, 6 or 6:30 p.m. kickoff at Faroe Field?
I think you can take the 8-year-old. I think the 3-year-old's got to sit in the tent with Gareth. I think
sit in the tent with Gareth.
I think absolutely you take them both.
Oh, Grandma and Grandpa.
Both.
You lie to the 3-year-old and say, Grandma and Grandpa have been really wanting to spend the day and maybe get some ice cream and all that. Whisk them out the door, and then you say to the 8-year-old, let's do this. Let's go have some fun. Because he can probably handle it a little better.
I just
No.
Oh, parental advice from Kurt. Thanks.
The 8 and the game. The 8 and the 3-year-old are going to be 28 and 23 in about 2 shakes of an ox's tail.
Oh, I like that. 2 shakes of an ox's tail.
And one of them won't be in town anymore, and the other one will be busy. And even in a couple years from now, they're going to have soccer games on Saturday. We can't go. We got the golf tournament. I got a soccer. I can't go. And you're going to wish like hell you could have taken your kids to a football game.
It just sounded like cats in the cradle.
The days are numbered.
Yeah.
That's the way life works.
You said that with a straight face.
I did. Do it when you can do it. Take the trip.
But the 3-year-old won't remember.
Oh, he might. It'll be one of his early memories.
I think the 3-year-old stays. I'm sorry. I don't want to be the bad guy, but I take the 8. I leave the 3.
Get this mother off the field.
Beer Cats, Doug, and he's the only person to have a child win the Listener of the Month on this show. So, I mean, I guess we have to take his opinion seriously.
And his ex-wife texts in as well?
That's correct. It's a separate conversation, but that is accurate. He says, I wouldn't take a 3-year-old in a million years. He'll never remember it and probably have more fun with a babysitter, grandparent, whatever. Not a chance in hell. That's from Beer Cats.
One could easily argue there are adults who like breasts more than babies.
Oh,
Martin, that's why Stephen A. is making $18 million a year.
He wants to be your president. There he is.
Well, is he a 3-year-old that has some interest in watching games?
He's only 3. Who knows?
Doug, I know I usually just show you images and text them over to you, but here is my 3-year-old last night with his Missouri trading cards.
Oh, and you're not going to take him to the game. Oh, he would love to go. He would love to see the crowd and listen to the band and watch the excitement when there's a touchdown.
I am so torn.
You got to take
Again, if it were the Louisiana game, where I'm going to probably be heavily leveraged on the over, I could do the South Carolina is the thing that puts me to the test. We're going to be out of town for the UMass Foliage rematch. I sure as hell wouldn't do it for Roll Dam. I don't know.
He's going to be at home playing with his Mizzou trading cards while the rest of the family is watching the game of the year.
No,
You'll break his heart.
Oh, you pump him full of pizza and ice cream, and he'll never know any better.
God, I feel bad for the little guy.
People said Doug makes me cry. Your story, it was kind of Harry Chapin, I believe.
Well, it's true. I lived it.
That's the thing.
True.
Doug has this wisdom as a parent, Martin. I'm telling you. I don't know.
Didn't Stephen Wildwood have like 4 boys or something? He did. Greatest day of my life was when those effers moved out.
Yeah.
Got them off the page. He said, suck it, kids.
There's a tight-knit family.
Suck it, kids.
Do it, Tim. You only get one South Carolina game in 2025 with your boys. That's from the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer. Don't be selfish, Tim. Bring the kid. Anyway, circling back to 7-1, me and my people do not own any farms, but I am Korean and not Chinese. Thanks. That's from Brian Hengen. And he is monitoring the
not
coal
on a farm.
situation.
There was a whole reference.
Package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
Even when my kids were very young, they still loved going on any kind of family trip. They loved just staying in the hotel, going in the hotel pool if it's indoors, just being a part of it all. They love that. Well, whether they understand what's really going on the field or not, just the whole excitement of the experience is what it's about.
Well, I would ask that. Would the 3-year-old enjoy the football game day experience, or would they be like, I'm tired, I want to leave, it's too hot?
That's the thing. And, it's a 6 or 6:30 kickoff, although he doesn't go to bed till like 11, so that doesn't really impact things. And then I have a hotel room for 2 nights down there. Do you go down on Friday night?
That's a lot of kid time. That's a lot.
I mean, listen, as big of a pervert as I am, and I really am, this is not a character, there's nothing I enjoy more than being with my boys, but there's the risk of too much for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, make it about them. So I would want you there, but you just would wear it.
Well,
for your own health.
Like it's like you're walking around campus, and then you're at the game, and now they don't know what the hell's going on. I mean, the 8-year-old might a little bit. He went to the Vanderbilt game with me and my wife last year,
and loved it too, didn't he?
Yeah, he wants to go back. Oh, the 8-year-old's
right.
in.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 3-year-old where I'm getting the pushback in the text
he's
inbox.
in the tent. Yeah,
and he's in with Gareth. Gareth is going to watch him?
Gareth can watch it. Other people said Rich Gould could babysit. Doug's kids call him Dad. Martin's kids call him Martin. Hey, Martin, can I go to the game this weekend? No. Big Tuft is adamant, Tim. Do not take your kids to the game. Don't do it.
Oh, he's saying neither one.
Neither.
Wow. How about that?
What, so you can drink more? You can drink any night of your life.
The kid's not going to enjoy it. It's going to cut way into everyone's
going to enjoy it. They're going to love it.
The 3-year-old's not going to enjoy it. He's going to complain and
I'm going to Las Vegas the next week, and I'll have plenty of booze.
Bring the kids to Vegas. There, settled.
That one's a non-starter. I told my dad last night, I said, hey, I'm going to Vegas, and all I want to do is sit in the room and watch the Ryder Cup and do nothing and talk to no one. He goes, oh, buddy, can I go with you?
No. Did you not hear the premise?
I don't want to talk to him.
How's about I come down there with you, Timmy? No.
We got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Aesthetic Design and Build is online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. And if you'd like to see the work that they do to customize your outdoor living space, you can check out Dan and his team's showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I've been out there. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. They've been to my home. I am a fan of their work, and I recommend them to you as well. Get a customized outdoor living space from Aesthetic Design and Build. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. You can check out that showroom. Let their expert team walk you through all the different outdoor solutions that they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and feel of your home. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. Outdoor living spaces expertly designed. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
Do you hear a harpsichord?
I don't.
Oh, I hear Jodeci, 1991's Forever My Lady. What's up, Corey Azu Mixer?
He's dancing over there. Stop dancing, Kurt.
I can't help but body roll when this comes on.
Body roll?
That's what I was doing.
Was it? Did this get you excited, this song?
This genre of music in general, I just can't get enough of it. I went and saw them live a couple years ago.
You ever see Jodeci live, Doug?
No.
It was Jodeci, New Edition, and Charlie Wilson.
Oh.
Okay.
So you're having my baby.
And you did a lot of body rolling?
I don't think I did that night. I felt like a fish out of water, but I was enjoying myself.
Is Jodeci a name like with all of their names
Nicely done, Martin.
squished
That's
together?
correct.
Is that true?
JoJo and Casey, of course. Was it Devontae's swing? Or was it Mr. Devontae?
I just don't know.
Great era in music videos, too.
Yeah, they wore hooded robes on the beach. Wonderful.
Yeah, sounds terrific. Yeah. A wise man once said, some people like things and some people don't like other things.
Producer Joe, actually. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Martin, you're sticking around into the 10 o'clock hour. Onboarding on Fridays canceled?
I wasn't paying attention. I apologize. Martin, I'm not allowed within 200 yards of any schools, but if you want to drop the kids off at my house and enjoy the game, feel free. Well, there's a great offer.
Oh, gosh.
You were in when we brought up the vote that moved Florida up, even though they lost to South Florida.
Somebody did a bad job with their ballot.
That's correct.
And she wanted you to leave it alone.
That's correct. Chairman, do you have that audio at your disposal?
Her original one?
Yes.
I'll vamp for a moment.
No problem.
Okay.
I'm happy to vamp. I'll talk about it.
She wrote for the Southern Cal paper of some sort.
Correct.
And somehow Florida moved up
even
in her
though they
vote.
lost in South Florida, having beaten Boise State and Florida, were unranked in her ballot. That did not play particularly well. She was asked about it, and this is what she said.
But as far as what my votes are and what my process is, I wake up early in the morning after covering a game late in the night before. Don't want to go too much into my process or logic, but I will say I appreciate everybody's interaction on social media and all of your feedback. There's tons of people that vote on the AP poll, and it's not a perfect system, but at the end of the day, no matter who you pick, it does even out because there's so many people who vote. And like I said, it's really fun for discussion. It doesn't probably matter in the end, but I'm glad that people are having a really good time with it.
Yeah, she is enjoying it. She made her Twitter profile private. But Brett McMurphy, a friend of Eli Drinkwitz in the Liberty Bowl, had this response, Doug, to her cries for understanding regarding her process.
I mean, the bottom line is, I've been I've been voting in the AP poll for probably about 20 years. And, I take it seriously. And, look, people can disagree with my vote and, why is this team above this team and, all those things. That happens. I understand that. But, yeah, just for someone, whether it's a guy, a gal, it doesn't matter, just to blatantly just act like it is a joke, you shouldn't be voting. I mean, I don't want to say somebody should lose their vote over this, but somebody should lose their vote over this.
Fair enough.
If they would have just said, look, it was a mistake. I didn't realize USF won the game, whatever. I mean, that happens. But to simply kind of just laugh it off like, I got a process and I don't want to go into the process, that's a horrible look. It's just unfortunate. Hopefully she'll pay more attention this week. When USF loses to Miami, and she won't move USF up 3 spots.
Right. That's all fair. Everything he said is fair.
Yeah.
So there's 65 voters I see in AP.
Correct.
How does the Associated, who decides who gets the votes? That's crowdsourcing. I don't know. I'm sure there's a Associated Press.
I was surprised that there were only 65.
Yeah.
I became aware of it this week when that story came out.
I agree with his take that she was way too flippant. Like, people do take that serious, And if you're a college football fan, that means something to you, and it can maybe less so now with the football playoff, but it has some impact on teams' status and where they're going to end up playing later in the year. So it is kind of a big deal. And if you screw it up, I agree. I think she should have just owned it a little more instead of worrying about the process, and getting up late and staying up and late and
She just nervously tap danced around the whole
just
thing.
say I totally blew it. I checked some scores. I didn't have a chance really to get to close. I thought Florida won that game. That was bad. That can't happen in this role. I take it serious. Instead, it was like, leave me alone.
Wow, these questions are tough.
I don't know if that was her exactly, but you get
it might have been Gabby Carter, who has a great move.
You get the gist of what was said. I agree with friend of the show, Bruce McMurphy.
It was his brother, Brett.
Why doesn't Tim have a vote? That's from Dr. Xander Malenthrop. My question, if I were voting, is the following. Are we ranking based on just what we think they are? Are we ranking based on what they have done to date? Or are we voting based on where we think they will wind up and therefore analyzing schedules and therefore, Doug, what you call the butterfly effect?
Yeah. It is absolutely impossible. Even before the season began, we had a ranking come out.
That's what I'm saying.
1 or 2 weeks into the season, impossible to know is Tennessee better than Miami? Is Oregon as good as Ohio? No one knows.
I know more about JFK than I do about sports.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Nobody knows.
Chairman on his game.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of cries for the chairman to take over this board and just play drops.
Like, let's say I create a game where you get to pick 5 players tonight in the major leagues.
We've had this for years.
And if your 5 players, based on numeric totals, have better offensive numbers for the night than any other 5 players, you win $50,000.
Okay.
And the fee is $10 to get in.
Got it.
People will buy that. They'll play it like
They
crazy.
have been for years.
It's already happening.
I believe that might explain DraftKings valuation.
Inside a minute, bink, boom, bink, boom.
I wish I could hear his show. It sounds fascinating.
There's a lot of layers to my career.
Okay.
A lot of layers.
Oh, my goodness. And I don't care, KG, if you can't get in and out of an update, it doesn't matter.
According to who? Arch said that to you? No.
No. That's what you call a fold.
That was one of the greatest folds in poker history.
Because if the coach is going to ask you about your premise, you have to be ready to back it up. I guess, in fairness, that Texas reporter owned the fact that they really didn't talk to Arch.
Yes.
Oh, Libby Jack is getting Wally pipped by the chairman today. That's from Beer Cats.
Swung on a pop foul back here.
Ow! That's one of my favorites.
It really hit me.
Well, John Sterling's like 82, 83, and Doug laughs.
Well,
John Sterling is...
He clearly wasn't hurt. He was able to keep talking. It didn't knock him out or anything. Just the whole visual had to be interesting.
Martin, do you want to stick around for a St. Louis Board of Aldermen Rams money update?
Oh, yeah, we should probably have a town hall, which will lead to a vote, which will lead to a poll, which will lead to a survey.
And then let's table it all.
And then we'll table it until the next town hall.
Well, the Board of Aldermen is back from recess, and they now have a plan for the money.
All right.
We will have that for you on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is another SportsCenter update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals back in action tonight in Milwaukee. Andre Palante on the mound against Quinn Priester. That was another SportsCenter update. Driven by Johnny Londoff and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See him online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Martin, you're sticking around through onboarding for the St. Louis Business Journal with the story.
Well, Timmy T's got me.
Yeah, and it's worth it. Support appears to be growing among St. Louis lawmakers to tap the city's Rams settlement principle to help with recovery from the May 16th tornado that devastated North City. Aldermen returned from their summer recess today and are also set to take up zoning and charter reform, plus the push to bring a city manager to the city. Aldermanic President Megan Green said this week that she expected, quote, a larger tranche of money from the Rams Settlement Fund to support long-term rebuilding and recovery efforts in North City. That interest was shared by several other aldermen interviewed in recent weeks. Over the summer, Mayor Kara Spencer has announced plans for all $30 million of Rams settlement funds passed by the Board of Aldermen for tornado relief. First planning $18 million in July and then the remaining $12 million earlier this month. Green said the city needed to prioritize funds to tornado-impacted small businesses and more money for housing with further appropriations. The total principal for the Rams Settlement Fund sits at roughly $249.7 million. The bill that put $30 million towards tornado relief in June said the total amount in the Rams Settlement Fund, including interest accrued at the time, was $279.7 million. So, Doug, that is the backdrop for the St. Louis Business Journal article, which has the plans for the Rams money.
And this money they just got last month, Doug, from the settlement. So they're just kind of sorting.
Money's just coming in now?
They're sorting through it at this moment.
Delay at Venmo.
I would have thought that that's a FEMA thing would have taken care of most of the tornado damage. That's a federal government thing. You pour all the money into the tornado damage now, what happens the next tornado comes? And then the one after that.
What would they have done if we didn't have this Rams money? That's BS. That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming the first thing is, do you have homeowners insurance or business insurance? And if you don't, then FEMA hopefully steps in. And then if not, it falls on the city, I guess. I don't know. But they got $280 million initially in the settlement. That's what the city got. The county got $169 million. And then the RSA, the Regional Sports Authority, got $70 million. So they had $280 to start with, and nothing has been decided. Is that right? I mean, I'm being serious. I think they've talked about they were going to put it towards some infrastructure, weren't they? That's not real exciting, but they were saying infrastructure.
And they had talked about child care services for some of the people who work for the city.
Yeah. The tornado relief is a real issue, and it's horrible what happened. I would like to understand better, though, where exactly is it going? Are people applying for it? And what has been done, if anything, for the people who were affected? It seems like it's all of it. Not only this money, but also the relief efforts. It seems like it's moving rather slow. And I'm sure the people up there can attest to that, too.
Well, the city of St. Louis has run like a well-oiled machine for many years. So this is surprising.
Now, they had the money for a year, and then they said, maybe we should put it in the bank where it earns interest. Remember that? That took a year. So
couldn't you get, I'm not the financial wizard, but I know there are like annuities you can put money in that's guaranteed, and you get like 7% a year out of that.
And then use that as a fund.
Just spend the 7% every year
the
to
NFL
fix whatever
fund.
problem you got. Never touch the principal.
But is it clear, Tim, from this story that they're actually... Now, is this actually moving forward, or is it yet something that's being currently debated?
Per Megan Green, the plan is for this to move forward, and she expected, quote, a larger tranche of money from the Rams Settlement Fund to support long-term rebuilding and recovery efforts in North City. And the article says that interest was shared by several other aldermen interviewed in recent weeks.
But the amount that they have to work with is probably a drop in the bucket if you're talking about
$30 million.
Yeah, you're talking about a huge area. You would probably need, upwards of $1 billion to probably go in there and truly fix.
Did you guys see the damage right after?
Video, yes. Didn't see it personally.
I drove around $30 million won't begin to
Look at
touch.
Doug. He hasn't retired from journalism, Tim. He still wanted to go see the damage himself. Did you record a little podcast while you were there?
I did not
on
record
camera?
a podcast. I was just
Hologram?
interested in seeing it. Yeah, it was horrible. $30 million is not going to begin to touch any kind of rebuilding to the way it was.
That's what I was saying, $30 million. It can help some people, for sure.
And a lot of those buildings aren't buildings you're going to rebuild. Those are buildings you're just going to knock down and have to start over because they were very old.
And they're hoping the NGA can stimulate some growth in that area. It's a big old mess, but we need some clarity here. And the amount of time that's passed since they were given this money, and it has gone through all these silly variations of, well, we could do this. No, we could try that. And then there was a proposal from one of those economic branches. Remember Dave Peacock was on here too, and they were advocating what could be done with the money. It's still... they just can't get anything done.
Your thoughts on the topic are welcome at 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can email in. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here at about 10:45, 10:50. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. 2 tickets to Blues and Brews next Friday. The prize for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, would you like to tell the people about Design Air?
Sure, I would, because they're such a fine company. I've had them out to my house several times. I think everyone here is a customer of Design Air. You will be too if you ever have problems with your air conditioner or your furnace. Seth Goldcamp comes out, or he sends out one of his people out to your house. You'll see just how knowledgeable they are, how great they are, how quickly they can get things done. I had a run capacitor out in my air conditioner, and Steve, the dashing Steve, had that thing fixed just in moments. When it comes to heating and cooling, you can trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. And not just another HVAC company, also happen to be the longest running sponsor on TMA, and we appreciate that from Seth Goldcamp, who's in the 4th generation of this family-owned business. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and home of the handsome repairman.
Design Air, sponsor of the email today. Coming up, it's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt with you. Jackson Burkett vacationing in the Hamptons. Martin heading to onboarding. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in 1979. 46 years later, they are right here in St. Louis, still operating, and built brand new offices a couple of years ago on the Hill. And if you do need a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Brown and Crouppen with Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman. After an accident, money can be tight. They know that. And that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. Give them a call at 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Email in to compete against the greats. Hi, guys. Happy weekend. 21. What is the Cardinals ranking out of 30 teams? WTH. That's from Lisa. Doug, and Jackson describes her as a gem.
Well, who did that ranking? Whose ranking are we talking about?
Lisa's.
Lisa did the ranking. 21, what is the Cardinals ranking out of 30 teams? What the hell?
Correct.
I don't understand. It's not very well written.
Early got the bat to get it done.
Are the Cardinals ranked 21 out of 30? That would seem about right to me.
How will you explain that on November 12th when they win the World Series?
Well, upsets happen in this league.
4 games back. Picked up a half game last night.
If we can just stop playing games, we got a shot.
Mason win, this dude be bussin'.
Taking on the Brewers this evening, Doug. First of 3. Friend of the program, Andre Plante on the mound. Quentin Priester for the Brewers.
Well, the Brewers are not in emergency mode. They're still 5.5 ahead of the Cubs. But I'm sure they'll be playing hard to try to close it out.
They are
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
2 games up on the Phillies for the number 1 seed in the National League. The Phillies with a hard charge themselves, and the Mets have decided now is the right time to lose 6 in a row. The Dodgers look like they will get that best of 3 series after winning the National League West. They are a good distance behind. They are 5 back of the Phillies for the 5.5 back Phillies for the second spot in the National League playoffs. So that means the Cardinals could be taking on the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. And what is that, October?
I don't have the dates. 3rd? I don't have the dates in front of me.
And that's a 5 p.m. St. Louis time start because it'll be a day game. It'll be shadows. Are you worried about the shadows for Michaelis?
I won't be worried about much of anything. They seem to hit them no matter what the weather's like. Here's some fun with stats. You wonder how much better the Brewers are than the Cardinals. The Brewers have scored 114 more runs than the Cardinals, and they've given up 99 less runs than the Cardinals.
What are you trying to say?
That's how you get to be 17 games ahead of the Cardinals in the standings. Better pitching, much better pitching. Better hitting, much better hitting.
You see that Rockies run differential?
It's
closing in on 400.
They've cobbled together another nifty little 6-game losing streak. 40 and 107. And yet they still took, 4 out of 6 from the Cardinals?
That's right. Doug, if the Cardinals just win 2 of those, they are literally 2 games away from a playoff spot. Are you following me or are you horse plowing me? It's up to you. I don't care. I'm just telling you.
Pirates have lost 6 in a row on their own well-doing, and they're 25 games behind the Brewers, and they shut out the Cardinals one entire series.
What's that over-under you're chasing win total?
76.5.
Okay. Well, they're right there.
I might get a sweat. You can email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up to TMA 101 ESPN.
You came out of nowhere that night, walked up and said you have pretty eyes. With the flash of our smiles, first sight, lightning struck that night. A week later you walked in, time stopped for me, you in your white coat was all I could see. Our steadfast stares had you lingering, our small talk ended with, come home with me. That's where it all began. Unexpected love, exactly. Hard laughs, your kiss my heart has had just
my heart there.
And you were lucky enough to have a little fling with this star.
Yeah, this song just immediately takes me back to a good place.
Does it?
Palm Beach.
first time we see each other.
And then she dropped you like a 2-foot putt?
Real hard.
Look, you know what I mean. With my fumble.
Well, how's that coming? Anyone new in your life? No?
Look at me.
Nothing? You're hitting the Hinge scene? Or you do Bumble?
I do most of my work on Hinge, or try to at least.
Oh, do you?
I'm in a little resting phase right now.
Resting phase.
It's resting phase.
Just taking a little time off from it. Had we had the quick trip situation. And then just...
and you never saw any of the red flags there at all?
They were orangish flags. But no, I'm single as a Pringle right now.
Single as a Pringle. Okay. Well, that can change in just a
blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a lady listening right now who would like to see what the word is. You can text in 314-399-9646. Doug, we always finish off the week's programming with trying to get people we work with dates. We've been doing that for years.
It's just folksy is all it is.
314-399-9646. Or you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and perhaps you can kind of post an application to see Chairman Kurt. You'll also win 2 tickets to Blues and Brews next Friday, so maybe that can be the first date. That's taking place at Anheuser-Busch Brewery. Or you can just go see Dr. Brandon Pryor beforehand and get your smile all pretty. Dr. Brandon Pryor owns 100 West Dental, and he is located on Manchester in Baldwin. No dental insurance, no problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. Doug, is there a college game outside of Missouri, Louisiana, Illinois, Western Michigan that you have circled this weekend? Are you on Tennessee, Georgia, Knoxville? What about the Texas A&M Aggies heading to South Bend, Indiana?
The Georgia-Tennessee game will be interesting.
Georgia laying 3.5. What you got?
I'd go with Georgia.
I think I heard Georgia's won the last 8 in that matchup.
Does that change your mind, Doug?
No, it doesn't change my mind, Doug.
What do you like?
I would take Georgia, and I would lay the 3.5. That's where I am on this. I also, if Haynes King is playing, I'm going to take Georgia Tech tonight.
I like that one.
Against Clemson and take the 2.5 points. That's where I am on that one. I think Roll Damn Tide is going to put it on Wisconsin at 11 o'clock tomorrow. That line is 20.5. And I think Texas Tech will go over 62.5 against Oregon State for the game total. And then it's fun to see Purdue and USC rekindling their rivalry.
It is good fun.
At conference, Barry Odom, of course, coach at Missouri, now at Purdue. And, God, that Purdue-USC rivalry in the Big Ten goes back.
It goes back, to last year, the year before, when USC joined its rightful conference, the Big Ten.
And so they're in Purdue this weekend, and then in 2 weeks they fly back over to take on ILL in Champaign.
Okay.
So beware.
Boy, if I can figure out how to get that Mizzou game on my TV, I'm right there.
Missouri, Louisiana, over 47.5. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners might put it all in the middle.
Yeah, I think Mizzou will score over 47.
Okay, so you're on the same page.
Yeah.
You want to join the Tam Avenue Capital Partners?
No, the track record is not something that I would want to join. You're having GoFundMe accounts to help out,
No,
right?
we call them cash calls, and they just happen a lot.
All right.
That's coming up now noon. Has been moved from 3 p.m., and then the Cardinals will sweep the Brewers and be one game back of a playoff spot when we rejoin you on Monday. So that's going to be fun.
That would be wild. It'd be interesting to see how the Cardinal fans would react if they'd all of a sudden go, my God, we're still in this baby, and show up in big numbers for
Especially when you've been saying that Dad likes it.
Daddy likey.
See?
When we can stay close to the wild card, you betcha. There's only 6 home games left.
Fight. Cardinals beat Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
Got one game out on Monday morning. Illinois will have a win. They won't cover, though, just so you know. They won't cover against Western Michigan, but they'll win. And I don't know on the Missouri number. I don't have that, but I do know I'm just taking the over. So Missouri loses.
This says Mizzou minus 27.5
yeah, I know,
on ESPN.
I wouldn't touch that. I don't know on that, but I'm gonna get you over 47.5. So hey, do
Yeah.
which one? It doesn't matter to me what you do. It's what the Tam Avenue Capital Partners do, and as the chairman, I have a responsibility to double our money on that one. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Tigers kicking off tomorrow at noon, facing off against the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. Kickoff temperature will be around 90 degrees. Dress appropriately. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, here we are, final segment for the week.
All right.
And we celebrate it with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Well, as it should be.
Dear Doug, ever since I saw you cutting the grass topless, I can't take my mind off you. I know you like trade proposals, so how's about I trade my wife for you and we can have our second date at the downtown Auntie Anne's? That's Boog from Bogey.
Boog from Bogey with a poor email.
Good morning, you merry gentlemen. I would like to be able to vote for email of the day, and here's my reasoning. There's tons of people that vote on the email of the day, and it's not a perfect system except for Tim's vote. But at the end of the day, no matter who you pick, it does even out because there's so many people who vote. And like I said, it's really fun for discussion. It doesn't probably matter in the end. That's from Flip Wilson.
Okay. Flip Wilson.
What's in my closet? Doc Martens, Converse tennis shoes, Birkenstocks, and Timberlands. That's from Midge.
So odd. Midge with a closet review.
Hello, gentlemen. Have you ever intentionally misplaced the key to your future ex-husband's chastity cage as a punishment for going over 400 pounds? Well, that's what's on the docket for me this weekend. You boys really did have a great week of shows. Tim, I don't know how you do it on a daily basis. It's truly a joy to watch. Doug, I'm glad you're still with us and sporting your Argyle boy panty, which stretched from bin to chin. Martin, you're improving. But when Jackson plays an audio clip, it's fine to listen to it just once. We don't need to hear it for the second, third, or fourth time. Jackson, DBA Film Bitch Capital Partners, why are you quiet quitting on us and moving to Chicago to become a Chicago Bulls floor sweeper? And the phone bank volunteer is cute as a button, but can't upload the podcast. Off to Harbor Springs to close the cottage for the year. Summer, where did you go? By appointment only. Doug, she sends in a picture of herself in a golf widow hat.
Oh, really?
With a cigar. That is the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and she has her address, which is in Ladue, Missouri, 631.
It is not. It isn't. It's in Granite City. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Lauren, what a show it was today. The chairman really showed he had blue feet. The return music, the fun with audio that was not only funny but led to discussions. The general spirit of Elon?
Judging by the accent mark, I would think...
Is that a tilde, Doug? Is that a tilde?
I don't know. That's the squiggle. I think this would be Elan.
Okay, what's that?
I don't know that one.
Oh.
I don't know the words, Tim.
And grabassery. And, actually playing drops. I genuinely enjoy Papers, so I hate seeing him get Wally pipped by the chairman like this, but that's the risk you run if you take a day of PTO to camp out in a friend's parents' backyard like it's a slumber party for children. I hope Fidel Burkett has fun making s'mores and talking about which boys in class are the cutest.
Well, he does that quite a bit.
Anita smooching with Gareth, Viper, Warthog, and the rest of the crew, and can't wait to hear the stories. Have a great weekend, and ta-ta for now. That's from Martine Grammatica's brother, Bill Gratica.
Martine Grammatica's brother, Bill Radica.
They have different last names.
Yeah. Stepdad. Morning. Long-time texter, first-time listener. I've been writing the show for a while now, and there's one thing I just can't quite figure out. We spend hours having to pretend we care about your takes, your lives, your lunches, your golf swings, your man trips to the mountains with seatbelt, oatmeal, and tackle box. But nobody ever talks about the obvious question. What is the shower situation after the show? You guys kind of got a South City YMCA open floor plan going, or you pretending it's a BYO loofah type deal? Anyways, just please advise and whatever. That's from Riot's dad, who asks, what's up with bored middle-class Catholic moms pretending like making sourdough bread is a personality trait?
Riot's Dad.
Is that?
I don't think it's a personality.
The range
No.
of the middle class.
I don't think
Catholic
so.
grade schools.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they sit around eating a lot of bread, do they, in school?
Sourdough. I don't know.
Sourdough, yeah.
I don't. Well, Riot's dad is asking that question that we all will ponder this weekend.
I won't.
And come back when the Cardinals are one game back of a playoff spot. In light of TMA's piss-poor clock management over the last 2 weeks and consistent inability to handle the girth of my usual emails, today I just present a haiku. Keith from Milwaukee equals worst caller ever. Worse than Mr. Fix. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast.
Swope.
P.S. Can't wait for this next movie boy sode on There Will Be Blood that Libby Jack was so preoccupied with that he mailed in the drop of the week. Hey, Doug, watch this. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. That's from
Okay,
Buck
I
Swope,
didn't like
DBA,
that
the
right there at
Recess
the end.
Ladies Breast. And that's what we have. For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the question that is left for us to ponder and answer is what you guy.
I thought the best one by a considerable margin was Martin Grammatica's brother Bill Radica, or whatever.
That's the one advocating for Jackson's termination.
Oh, but well, beyond that, there was other parts of the email that I thought were clever.
Where he's in a tent smooching.
That's right.
With Gareth Viper Warthog, and his name is Fidel Burkett, and you said that?
That I thought was the best of the lot, yeah.
I mean, I hate to vote for that one because it was kind of
advocating for the termination of a person who's been on the show for 5 years.
Which would come at, and it would help me out.
I didn't get the sense he was advocating for termination. I thought he was
talked
just giving
about
him a hard time.
pipping Fidel Burkett.
But it made me giggle. I'm going Bill Gradica as well.
I think that means my vote is rendered useless, but I don't think that's the way it should work. But I guess that's it.
All right.
Congratulations to Martin Grammatica's brother, Bill Gradica. He has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Chairman, do we have any other business we need to tend to?
We are all caught up on business.
There it is. BK and Ferrario are coming up here in a matter of moments on 101 ESPN. For Chairman Kurt, filling in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.